is in our sight.
In 2015, the General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. Through 17 goals, world leaders aim to eliminate poverty, secure human rights, and ensure prosperity for all.
17 inspiring Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Our aim is clear, our mission is possible, and our destination is in our sight.
In light of the 2030 Agenda, the 66th UN DPI NGO Conference focuses on SDG for quality education and how it can serve to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. The conference will take place in Gyeongju City of Gyeongsangbuk-do in the Republic of Korea from May 30th to June 1st. This year's conference has the distinction of being the first to be held in the Asia-Pacific region. Under the theme of Education for Global Citizenship, Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals Together, participants will discuss how education for global citizenship is a powerful instrument to advance the SDGs and how they can collaborate on a wide spectrum of education initiatives that will have global impact for future generations. According to UNESCO, global citizenship education aims to empower learners to assume active roles, to face and resolve global challenges, and to become proactive contributors to a more peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, and secure world. In the age of globalization and interconnected communities, the advancement of global citizenship education is vital in addressing the magnitude of global inequalities that infringe upon human dignity. The conference will be a platform for civil society members to come together to finalize an educational action agenda that aligns with the ideals of global citizenship. By doing so, participants will reflect upon their roles as global citizens and further deliberate collective measures that have to be taken to make the world more sustainable. Stakeholders that include non-governmental organizations, educators, activists, policymakers, youth, and others will work together under the unified aim of actualizing global citizenship education. In addition to the opening and closing plenaries, participants will pursue the conference agenda through roundtables, workshops, exhibits, and youth caucus events, reaffirming each other's commitment to create a more peaceful, just, and environmentally sustainable world. International multi-stakeholders will collaborate through interactive town hall meetings to finalize the Gyeongju Action Plan. This plan will reflect the voices and contributions of civil society and underscore their commitment to take the initiative to protect the world and humankind. Welcome to the 66th UN DPI NGO Conference.
Let's talk about a better tomorrow and dream of a happy future together. Courage to accept the changes. Efforts to overcome reality. Our determination and endeavor will make a happy global community. A world without poverty. Gyeongsang-buk-do Province is moving toward this dream. Countless people from all around the world are suffering from starvation and poverty due to... Let's talk about a better tomorrow and dream of a happy future together. Courage to accept the changes. Efforts to overcome reality. Our determination and endeavor will make a happy global community. A world without poverty.
잠깐만 죽여보세요. 지금 누가 메인 전기 만지신 분 계세요?
Gyeongsang-buk-do Province.
지금 좀 전에 메인 전기 만지신 분 계세요? 알립니다. 장내에서 좀 전에 메인 전기를 만지신 분 계십니까?
Are suffering from starvation and poverty due to natural disasters and civil wars caused by social conflicts. And the global community is continuously making efforts to solve such problems.
다시 한번 확인합니다. 조금 전에 메인 전기를 만지신 분 계세요?
The whole nation came together to achieve this prosperity with a can-do
확인해봐.
spirit.
메인 전기 쪽에 가서 확인해봐.
And the driving force behind this accomplishment was Semaul Undong. Now, the world is turning to Semaul Undong as a solution to poverty. People work together, cultivate barren lands, and harvest rich fruits of labor. They awaken their potential through Semaul Undong and learn that they too can rise above poverty on their own. Gyeongsang-buk-do Province is the birthplace of Semaul Undong, and it started sharing the movement and its experiences with the world by developing countries' requests. Semaul Undong is emerging as an effective rural area development model for developing countries. Gyeongsang-buk-do Province's Semaul Undong Globalization Project focuses on helping recipient countries become self-sufficient instead of providing them with material aid. The very heart of the Semaul Undong Globalization Project are people. And that's because people are the greatest assets capable of transforming a village plagued with lack of resources and money. The Semaul Undong Globalization Project is a local-oriented international aid project designed to bring forth changes and abundance through people's desire for better lives and the volunteers' passion. And for the last 10 years, the project has cultivated nearly 4,300 trainees and 420 volunteers in 86 countries. Together, they pave a way for a brighter future and share friendship and happiness. And with the global community's continued support and participation, they built 30 Semaul model villages in 11 countries across Asia and Africa.
Cet esprit, et je suis convaincu que le développement du Sénégal va passer aussi par le développement du monde rural, par le renforcement de l'agriculture et aussi un meilleur encadrement des jeunes à la base.
Semaul yarafashije ariko ibyinshi nibo barayifashije. Ubu bafite imyumvire y'uko umwaka ku mwaka bumva ko ibikorwa byabo ari ibyabo, batagombye kumva ko ari leta cyangwa se undi muntu uzava hirya ngo azabateze imbere. No cyuko ejo bundi bazaba biyumva nk'abantu bakuru bashobora guteza imbere ubwabo, imiryango n'igihugu.
Semaul Undong changes the local community. Gyeongsang-buk-do Province will continue cooperating with international organizations such as the UN and OECD to spread Semaul Undong's positive influences to many countries around the world. And to achieve this, Gyeongsangbuk-do Province will build a total of 42 Saemaul model villages in 15 countries by 2017. It will also provide intensive support on strategic Saemaul Undong areas of each continent and establish global partnerships to help the United Nations reach its sustainable development goals. Saemaul Undong first began as a way to develop rural communities of Korea and solve poverty. And now, it's become a project in which people from all around the world can share Korea's experiences, turn barren lands into fertile soil, and create a path toward a happier and brighter future. A world where everyone can be happy. The heart of Saemaul Undong. This is Gyeongsangbuk-do Province.
더 나은 내일을 이야기합니다. 더불어 잘 사는 행복한 미래를 꿈꿉니다. 변화를 받아들이는 용기. 주어진 현실을 극복하려는 노력. 그 마음과 땀방울이 모여 행복한 지구촌을 함께 만들어갑니다. 빈곤이 사라지고 모두가 잘 사는 지구촌. 경상북도가 그 꿈을 향해 나아갑니다. 자연재해와 사회적 갈등으로 인한 내전으로 수많은 사람들이 기아와 빈곤에 고통받고 있는 지구촌. 이를 해결하기 위한 국제사회의 노력이 이어지고 있습니다. 원조를 받던 나라에서 원조를 주는 나라로 발전한 대한민국. 할 수 있다는 정신으로 온 국민이 하나 되어 이룩한 번영. 이를 가능하게 했던 원동력은 새마을 운동이었습니다. 이제 국제사회는 빈곤 극복을 위한 대안으로 새마을 운동에 주목하고 있습니다. 함께 힘을 모아 척박한 땅을 일구고 풍요로운 결실을 이루는 사람들. 새마을 운동을 통해 잠재된 역량을 깨우고 스스로의 힘으로 가난에서 벗어날 수 있음을 이들은 경험하고 있습니다. 새마을 운동의 발상지인 경상북도는 2005년부터 개발도상국들의 요청으로 새마을 운동 경험을 이들과 함께 나누고 있습니다. 개발도상국 농촌 개발을 위한 효과적인 국제개발 원조 모델로 부상하고 있는 새마을 운동. 경상북도의 새마을 세계화 사업은 물질적 원조에서 벗어나 수원국 주민의 자립 역량을 키우는데 역점을 두고 있습니다. 새마을 세계화 사업의 핵심은 사람입니다. 돈과 자원이 부족한 빈곤 마을을 변화시킬 수 있는 최고의 자산은 바로 사람이기 때문입니다. 경상북도 새마을 세계화 사업은 주민들의 보다 나은 삶에 대한 의지와 땀 흘리며 노력하는 봉사단원들의 열정이 어우러져 변화와 풍요로움을 만들어내는 현지 밀착형 국제 원조 사업입니다. 지난 10년 동안 양성된 86개국 4,297명의 새마을 연수생들과 해외 시범마을에서 땀 흘리며 노력한 418명의 봉사단원들. 이들은 지구촌 곳곳에서 우정을 나누며 미래를 개척하는 기쁨을 함께 누리고 있습니다. 국제사회의 지속적인 관심과 참여로 지금까지 아시아와 아프리카 11개 나라에 30개의 새마을 시범마을을 조성했습니다.
Cet esprit, et je suis convaincu que le développement du Sénégal va passer aussi par le développement du monde rural, par le renforcement de l'agriculture et aussi un meilleur encadrement des jeunes à la base.
semoro yarafashije ariko ibyinshi nabo barayifashije ubu bafite imyumvire y'uko umwaka ku mwaka bumva ko ibikorwa byabo ari ibyabo batagombye kumva ko ari leta cyangwa se undi muntu uzava hirya ngo azabateze imbere no cyuko ejo bundi bazaba biyumva nk'abantu bakuru bashobora guteza imbere ubwabo imiryango n'igihugu.
지역사회를 변화시키는 새마을 운동. 경상북도는 새마을 운동이 불러온 긍정적 변화가 지역사회에서 국가 단위로 확산되고 인근 여러 나라에 퍼져나갈 수 있도록 UN 개발계획, OECD 등 국제기구와 협력해 나갈 것입니다. 이를 위해 2017년까지 새마을 시범마을을 15개 나라 42개로 늘릴 계획이며 대륙별 새마을운동 거점 지역을 집중적으로 육성하고 글로벌 파트너십을 구축함으로써 유엔의 지속가능한 개발 목표 달성에 기여할 것입니다. 한국의 농촌 지역 개발과 빈곤 문제 해결을 위해 시작된 새마을 운동은 이제 국제사회와 새마을 운동의 경험을 공유하며 낯선 나라의 척박한 땅을 기름진 땅으로 변화시키고 희망찬 미래를 함께 나누는 행복한 지구촌을 만들어가고 있습니다. 더불어 잘 사는 세상, 지구촌 새마을 운동의 중심, 경상북도입니다.
아들. 저 프롬프터 팀 반사판만 제거 좀 해주세요. 공연 끝나고 다시 끼워주십시오. 프롬프터 팀.
나모 씨 지금 그분 가신 분 인이어 드리고 거기 앞에 이승철 씨 저기 인이어 드리라고 인이어. 저기 나모대리 여기 저쪽 가시면요 지금 전기 확인하실 거니까 메인 프레카 지금 가시그랑 그러니까 전기 담당하시는 분이 이분하고 메인 프레카 쪽에 한번 가서 확인해 줘.
SOV 한번 틀어봐 주실 수 있으세요?
위치가 거기 글씨 있는데 센터 표시해 놨거든요.
네.
네, 예.
여기입니다.
예.
네. 네, 마이크 꺼주셔도 됩니다. 프롬프트도 잠깐 보겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
아리랑 고개로 넘어간다. 나를 버리고 가시는 님은 심리도 못 가서 발병 난다. 아리랑 아리랑 아라리요. 아리랑 고개로 넘어간다. 아리랑 dreaming you're here with me. These worn out pictures hold our memory. 나를 버리고 가시는 님.
지금 조명 감독님이 전기 체크를 하러 뒤로 가셨어요. 그래서 조금 이따가 봐드릴게요. 예. 자리 오시면 말씀 다시 드리겠습니다. 조명 감독님 끝나셨으면 저기 이승철 씨 공연할 때 스팟 좀 잡아주세요. 지현은 차단분 구에다가 저기 동선 잡아, 사회자 동선. 저거 내가 얘기한 지 언젠데 지금 아직까지 이승철 씨 공연할 때 스팟만 한번 잡아주세요. 무대. 쓰면 돼 그냥. 근데 색깔이 틀려서 그걸 어디 다른 쪽으로 빼고 저 파란색 거 이어서 연결해야 될 것 같아. 저기 홀 양쪽 끝에 있는 차단봉을 교체하면 될 것 같아. 티가 많이 나네. 네. 조명 되셨죠? 네. 네네. 이승철 리허설은 끝났고요. 그거 두 개를 가져다가 사회자 동선 쪽으로 꺾어가지고 줄을 하나 만들어. 그리고 뭐 세미가 가 있던지 지금 그 A홀 쪽 저 동선으로 빠지고 들어올 때 저 차단봉 열어주는 역할을 누가 해야 될 것 같아. 세미 무전기 차고 있니? 확인. 너가 저기 A홀로 하차트 오갈 때 차단봉 열어주는 역할 해야 될 거야. 통역사 자리 오면 나한테 알려줘요. 통역사들 오면 알려주세요. 6명 다 왔어. 네, 확인했습니다. 세미 씨는 수신기를 항상 귀에 꽂고 통역음 나오는데 문제가 없는지 체크를 해줘요. 하트는 오고 있을 거고 저기 박혜진이 리허설인데 아직 안 왔어. 와 있어? 그럼 먼저 하자. 의자를 놔야 되지. 여기서 봐서 그래. 정면으로
의자 됐으면 우리는 빨리 마이크 갖다 줘야지. 거기 같이 쳐다보고 있으면 어쩌자는 거야. 최승현, 의자 놔두고 빨리 마이크 가져. 마이크하고 케이블 갖다 올려. 빠른 걸음으로. 뛰지 않을 거면 빠른 걸음으로, 뛰지는 말고. 박혜진 씨 마이크 2번 빨리 스탠드하고 준비해줘. 지금 무대 올라가 계시잖아. 넋놓고 있지 마요. 이제 빨리 움직여. 지금 나한테 올 생각하지 말고 스탠드 모자르면 저기 있는 거 빨리 빼가지고 써. 뭐 어디로 가? 무대에 있는 거 빼가지고 쓰라고. 무대 계시잖아. 왜 이쪽으로 오시냐고요.
선생님, 이제 먼저 좀 해보고 있을게요. 반주 좀 더 크게 해요. 안 들려. 반주 쪽 피아노 조금만 볼륨 높여주세요. 마이크. 모니터 있으세요? 모니터 있어요. 좀 크게 좀. 해볼게요. 그렇죠. 조금 더 키워줬으면 좋겠어요. 하나 조금 더 해볼까요? 네. R이랑 앞에만 조금 해볼게요. 요거 밸런스 때문에요.
홀에 있는 인턴분들 그 중간 자리부터 앉으실 수 있게 안내 부탁드려요. 홀내에 계신 스태프분들 중간 자리부터 앉으실 수 있도록 안내 부탁드립니다. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 9시 45분부터 개막식 식전 연주가 진행될 예정이오니 장내에 계신 여러분들께서는 모두 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 추가로 통역 채널은 한국어 1번, 영어 2번, 프랑스어 3번, 스페인어 4번이 되겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be an opening musical performance at 9:45. Please begin to take your seats. Additionally, if you need translation, the channels are 1 Korean, 2 English, 3 French, 4 and Spanish. If you did not receive a receiver, please get it right outside the door. Thank you.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 9시 45분부터 개막식 식전 연주가 진행될 예정이오니 장내에 계신 모든 분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 참고로 통역 채널은 한국어 1번, 영어 2번, 프랑스어 3번, 스페인어 4번이 되겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be an opening musical performance soon. Please begin to take your seats. Additionally, the translation channels are 1. Korean, 2. English, 3. French, 4. Spanish. If you did not receive your receiver, you can get it right outside the door. Thank you.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금부터 개막식 식전 연주가 진행될 예정이오니 장내에 계신 모든 분들은 착석해 주시기 바랍니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the opening musical performance. Please take your seats. Thank you.
하트 앙상블은 사회복지법인 하트하트 재단에서 창단하였으며 체계적인 음악 교육을 통해 전문 연주가의 꿈을 키워가는 발달 장애 청소년으로 구성된 연주 단체입니다.
Heart Ensemble was established by Heart to Heart Foundation, a social welfare organization, with the purpose of fostering the musical talents and dreams of youth with disabilities.
다양한 연주 활동을 통하여 발달 장애인이 음악으로 자립할 수 있는 가능성을 만들어가고 있으며 수준 높은 음악으로 장애인에 대한 긍정적인 인식을 확산하고 있습니다.
Through various musical activities, Heart Ensemble has been empowering disabled youth to become more self-reliant through the power of music and has been spreading positive perceptions on disability.
따뜻한 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
Please give them a warm welcome with a big round of applause. 무대가 정리된 후 개회식을 시작하겠습니다. 자리에 앉아주세요. We will soon begin the opening ceremony once the stage is cleared. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Huang, Governor Kim, Major Choi, co-chairs of the National Organizing Committee and the planning committees, Dr. Carlin, Dr. Choi, Excellencies, representatives of the academia, non-governmental organizations, communities, youth, ladies and gentlemen, good and enthusiastic morning to everybody. Ana Young Hashim Nika. I learned it in a few hours. I promise I'll do my best at the end of the conference, and I'll do better. My name is Cristina Gallac. I'm the Undersecretary General for Communications and Public Information of the United Nations. And it is for me a real honor, a true honor, to be here and welcome all of you to the 66th United Nations Department of Public Information Non-Governmental Organizations Conference. We are thrilled to be here with you together and to bring on board a coalition of partners and power in this beautiful city of Gyeongju. Thank you very much for making all the arrangements for us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Governor. The work we will do here over the next few days under the theme Education for Global Citizenship, Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals Together is of extreme importance. We are here to demonstrate our commitment and determination to forge a new path forward, on one where national governments, local authorities, NGOs, academia, the private sector, the youth, and the United Nations work together to raise awareness about the work towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particularly Goal 4, the goal that deals on quality education for all. Clearly, the time for action is now. I should like to thank you, our dedicated partners, for helping to arrive at this point, the NGO DPI Executive Committee, the National Organizing Committee, led by Handong Global University, the National Association for Nonprofit Organizations in Korea, the United Nations Academic Impact in Korea, and the Dream Touch for All, a very wonderful NGO. I would like also to thank the gracious hosts in this wonderful country for making this possible, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who in turn have been supported by the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Interior. And I also want to express our thanks to the local authorities and the province of North Gyeongsang and the city of Gyeongju for their truly outstanding support. This state-of-the-art conference facility, which will be our home for the next few days, and which is affectionately known as the HICO, will serve the work of the participants very well. I would also like to thank the numerous volunteers who served on the National Organizing Committee and the Conference Planning Committee, dedicating countless hours of their work to bringing all of us here together. It's fantastic to see this room full of energetic people. And it is now my great pleasure to invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, to address the opening of the conference. Secretary General.
Your Excellency, Mr. Hwang Kyo-ahn, Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea, Honorable Mr. Kim Kwan-young, Governor of North Gyeongsang Province, Honorable Mr. Choi Yang-sik, Mayor of Gyeongju City, distinguished co-chairman of the conference, Dr. Jang Sun-hong, Mr. Yi Il-ham, Mr. Choi Yu-gang, and Mr. Scott Carlin, distinguished leaders from the worlds of arts and academia, esteemed leaders of non-governmental organizations from around the world, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 안녕하십니까? Bonjour. As a Secretary General of the United Nations, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to open and attend this UN DPI NGO conference, the first time it is held in Asia, here in Gyeongju, Korea, the first time in Asia. This city of Gyeongju, as well known, was the capital of Ashilla's dynasty, which lasted for 1,000 years. Still today, monuments here show that era's remarkable cultural, historical achievement. I wish to pay tribute to the citizens and government of Gyeongju for their warm welcome and generous support for this DPI NGO conference. I'm especially grateful to Honorable Governor Kim Kwan-yong, Honorable Mayor Choi Yang-sik, and Co-Chairman Dr. Jang Sun-hong of the Handong Global University. Without their generous support and excellent arrangement, this conference would not have been possible. I thank you for all your support. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a powerful gathering of representatives of non-governmental organizations, or we call NGOs. You have such a positive impact to my mind. NGOs really stands for Networks of Global Opportunities. NGOs are on the vanguard of international action. Throughout history, when governments reach a stalemate, NGOs work to break it. Your tireless advocacy helped the world adopt international bans on landmines and cluster munitions. Your relentless drive has promoted gender equality, climate change, human rights, and sustainable development goals. One of the important lessons I have learned during the last 10 years as a Secretary General of the United Nations is the value of partnership. Partnership with NGOs, civil societies. Without the participation of non-governmental organizations and civil society groups, no initiative, however visionary, however good, it's not possible, cannot be fully achieved. That's a very valuable lessons which I have learned. I'm such a strong believer in NGOs. I constantly called on the governments to expand space, expand some political, economic, social space for NGOs to work freely without any hindrance. 4 days ago, at the Jeju Forum for Peace and Prosperity, I denounced the shrinking democratic space, and I urged the freedom for civil society organizations and non-governmental organizations and human rights defenders. Unfortunately, that freedom is under threat, including at the last place this should happen, at the United Nations, unfortunately. I'm deeply disappointed that the member states of ECOSOC NGO Committee recently denied the Committee to Protect the Journalists' consultative status. I was also opposed to the exclusion of LGBT organizations from the upcoming high-level meeting on ending AIDS. These NGOs are close to communities affected by the epidemic, and they must be part of the response. I call on member states to stop constricting NGO engagement. The United Nations should have a big tent under which everybody can have a freely engage, and freedom of movement. This is the approach we used to help to forge the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement on climate change. And NGOs are crucial to their success. When I was proposing sustainable development goals to member states, before that, we reached out at least 8 million civil society organizations, asking them, just tell us, what kind of a world do you want? We received a lot of responses spontaneously. that we compiled all these responses. That's what you are having, the Sustainable Development Goals with 17 goals. Ladies and gentlemen, your theme, Education for Global Citizenship, could also be the motto of my life. My earliest memories as a young boy, the education was tied to global solidarity. During the Korean War, I had to study in the open because all the schools were destroyed. There were no classrooms, no chairs, no textbooks. We used the textbook only owing to very generous support from the United Nations, UNESCO, UNICEF, and there was, you may not remember, UNCRA, United Nations Korean Commission for Reconstruction Agency. They taught us reading and math, and they proved the world was caring Korea. Now that very poor boy is now standing as the Secretary General of the United Nations before you. Education helped the Republic of Korea transform from being one of the world's poorest countries to one of the best off. Last week at the World Humanitarian Summit in Istanbul, where Excellency Prime Minister Hwang Kyo-won also participated and committed very generous support for humanitarian aid, all world leaders addressed the plight of more than 75 million children who are out of school. They need desperately education support. The summit launched Education Cannot Wait Fund that aims to restore hope to billions of children shattered by crisis. That is their human rights and their human dignity and our collective moral political responsibility to bring all 75 children back to school. We must do everything we can to put and keep children in school. And we must end inequalities in education. All children should be free to learn and thrive regardless of any difference. I'm especially concerned about bullying. We must promote a sense of belonging in school, no matter what person's religion, race, ethnic groups, disabilities, sexual orientations, or gender identity. They are all members of human family, and they all deserve equal respect and equal right. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, education is critical to nurture global citizens who can rise to the challenges of the 21st century. As a Secretary General, I have always encouraged young people everywhere to be global citizens. It is wrong to see young people as a threat. With the right investment, wise investment in education, youth can be a major force for positive changes. I recognize the difficulties. Millions of young people struggle to find a decent job, a purpose and sense of belongings. Some may be vulnerable to violent extremists. We have to do something urgently. Why these so many thousand young people join foreign terrorist fighters? Because they are just being driven out of their communities. They didn't have any chance. But we should never forget that the vast majority of young people, they want to build peace and a better future. They deserve material support, and political influence. The Security Council has finally recognized the value of young peace builders in its historic and legendary Resolution 2250, which was adopted December last year. I'm pleased to see that young people make up 1/4 of all delegates here. This morning, I had a very moving and exciting meetings with a youth group. I told them that raise your voice. Of course, they should have dreams. They have passions. At the same time, they should have compassion. Only having passion will lead them to a wrong way. The passion should be accompanied by a compassion, to look and to care for other people. All youth should raise their voices on climate change, human rights, and all other major issues of our day. Youth must assume the greater responsibility in creating a better world for all. Ladies and gentlemen, since this is my home country, let me say a word to Korean youth. You are part of a new generation. Please be global citizen who can look beyond this country. This is a well-to-do, prosperous, peaceful country, but look beyond the national boundary of Korea. Look beyond where and how other young people are doing. In that regard, I highly commend the President Park Geun-hye, who is now visiting Africa. She has been making great contributions to agricultural development and socio-economic development of Africans who really need our experience and technologies. Countries like Korea, I think, should do much more. This will enrich not only your own life, but also benefit whole society as a whole. I call on, again, all NGOs here to engage with youth and press governments to empower them. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is another connection between education and sustainable development goals. That is education about the SDGs. We have to raise awareness around the world about the bold 2030 agenda. I count on you to help people understand that vision is for them. It is for the women who struggle for the equality they deserve. It is for the families that suffer discrimination. It is for the communities hit by disasters. It is for a life of dignity for all. I call all of you to help people understand their stake in our bold vision for sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, since I became Secretary General of the United Nations, I have visited hundreds of schools and universities around the world. I have been in prestigious institutions like in Korea, and also I visited most remote countryside schoolhouses. I have met students in graduation robes and in refugee camps. They have different circumstances, but their potential, their dreams are same. Intelligence, curiosity, innovation transcend all national boundaries and economic classes. One college student asked me, how can universities help resolve global issues? One high school student wanted to know how youth could engage on climate change. One 12-year-old primary school student said, how can I get my voice heard? I told him that raise your voice hard and loud and clear so that the leaders of our society can lead and hear your dreams and your challenges. I have been speaking to world leaders that please listen to carefully, sincerely, what your people's aspirations and challenges are. These are the questions of global citizens. They represent the views of millions of people who want to make a difference. We owe them answers. Let us work together to foster education for global citizenship, or education that empowers the people to contribute to our common field. Mr. Prime Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in an era of challenges and peril. There are many crises happening. At the same time, the world leaders have presented two very important visions and commitments. One is a sustainable development, including quality education and Paris Agreement for climate change. When we implement these two challenges by 2050 and by the end of this century, I'm sure that we will be able to live, regardless of where you may be living, in a much better, healthier, more prosperous world. Let's work together to make this world better for all. I count on your strong engagement, and particularly NGOs and leadership. I thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Your words are extremely inspiring, but your determination in supporting the non-governmental organizations are even more. Let me also mention how interesting is the equation you made from NGOs to the network of global opportunities, all represented here. So now it's my honor, my true privilege to introduce the Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency, Mr. Hwang Hyuk-han.
존경하는 반기문 UN 사무총장님, UN NGO 컨퍼런스 참석자 여러분, 그리고 내외 귀빈 여러분, 제66차 UN NGO 컨퍼런스를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 특히 오랜 역사를 자랑하는 이 컨퍼런스가 아시아 지역에서는 처음으로 대한민국에서 열리게 되어서 그 의미가 더욱 각별합니다. 이번 총회에 참석하기 위해서 방한하신 반기문 사무총장님을 비롯한 세계 각국의 참가자 여러분들께 따뜻한 환영의 인사를 드립니다. 이번 대회가 열리는 경주는 우리나라 고대 국가 신라의 천년 수도로서 세계적인 문화유산을 간직하고 있는 곳입니다. 이처럼 유서 깊은 도시에서 펼쳐지는 이번 대회가 의미 있는 큰 결실을 거두게 되기를 바랍니다. 내외 귀빈 여러분, 유엔은 지난해 반기문 총장님의 리더십에 따라서 향후 15년간 국제사회의 공동 번영을 위한 로드맵인 2030 지속가능 개발 의제와 또 새로운 기후 체제에 관한 파리 협정을 채택하였습니다. 이 두 협정은 지금 반기문 총장님께서도 자세하게 말씀드린 바와 같이 어느 한 국가의 의지만으로 해결할 수 없는 참 큰 도전 과제입니다. 이것에 대해서 국제사회가 그 해결책을 함께 모색해온 공동 노력의 결실이 오늘 이런 협정들을 채택하기에 이르렀다고 생각이 됩니다. 그러나 지금도 국제사회는 여전히 수많은 난제에 직면하고 있는 것이 현실입니다. 새천년 개발 목표를 통해 국제사회는 절대 빈곤과 기아에 시달리는 인구를 크게 줄였지만 아직도 많은 사람들이 이로 인해서 고통을 받고 있습니다. 서로 다른 문화와 종교에 대한 오해와 불신, 그리고 불관용에서 비롯된 갈등이 증폭되고 있으며 폭력적 극단주의 세력의 비인도적인 테러도 지속되고 있습니다. 이처럼 복합적이고 다차원적인 도전 과제에 근본적으로 대응하는 것이 필요한 때입니다. 이를 위해서는 국제사회가 인간 존엄의 가치와 공동운영체로서의 인류에 대한 인식을 제고하는 것이 중요합니다. 세계 시민으로서의 정체성을 바탕으로 인류의 보편적 가치를 지속적으로 증진하는 것도 긴요합니다. 기후변화, 테러리즘과 같은 다양한 글로벌 이슈에 능동적으로 대처해 나갈 필요도 있습니다. 세계 시민교육은 주인의식과 자발적인 참여의지를 가진 시민들의 적극적인 행동을 이끌어냄으로써 지속가능 개발 의제를 이행하는 데 중요한 자산이 될 것입니다. 이러한 측면에서 이번 컨퍼런스가 세계 시민교육을 주제로 정한 것은 매우 시의적절했다고 생각합니다. 내외 귀빈 여러분, 대한민국은 남북 분단에 이어서 6.25 전쟁으로 인해서 온 국토가 폐허가 되었지만은 이에 굴하지 않고 한강의 기적을 이룩했습니다. 이 과정에서 교육은 핵심적인 역할을 해왔습니다. 한국의 부모들은 아무리 어려운 상황에서도 자녀 교육을 포기하지 않았고 정부도 교육에 대한 지원을 아끼지 않았습니다. 교육에 대한 이러한 열정과 투자가 오늘의 번영을 이루는 중요한 밑거름이 된 것입니다. 우리는 이러한 경험을 국제사회와 공유하면서 세계 시민교육을 확산하는 데 기여해 나가고 있습니다. 한국은 작년 5월 세계교육포럼을 주최했으며 당시 인천선언을 통해서 2030년까지 실현해 나갈 새로운 세계 교육 비전을 채택한 바가 있습니다. 또한 세계 시민교육이 지속 가능 개발의 의제의 목표에 반영될 수 있도록 하는 데에도 노력을 해왔습니다. 박근혜 대통령은 작년 12월 유네스코 본부를 방문해서 지구촌 평화를 위한 해법으로 교육을 제시하고 이를 위한 한국의 적극적 기여 의지를 표명한 바가 있습니다. 우리는 유네스코 아시아태평양 국제이해교육원을 통해서 세계 시민교육을 국내에 보급하고 개도국에 확산하는 데 적극 노력해 나갈 것입니다. 내외 귀빈 여러분, 국제사회가 직면한 도전 과제를 풀어가기 위해서는 시민사회와의 협력도 매우 중요합니다. 그동안 시민사회는 국경을 넘어서 인류애를 구현하고 지구촌의 평화와 공동 번영에 기여해 왔습니다. 이번 컨퍼런스가 국가와 국제기구 그리고 NGO들 간의 협력을 한층 더 강화해 나가는 의미 있는 전기가 되기를 바랍니다. 앞으로 우리 정부는 UN을 비롯한 국제기구는 물론 NGO와의 파트너십을 확대해 나가겠습니다. 다시 한번 UN NGO 컨퍼런스의 개최를 축하드리고 여러분 모두의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much for your unwavering support to education in the name of peace and prosperity for all, and for being with us here today in Guangzhou. Now we have a very special treat. The man that is going to come now needs no introduction for most of the audience, but for those that have come far away, I need to say just we are going to enjoy the performance of the iconic Korean pop star, Mr. Lee Seung-chul. Mr. Lee?
아리랑 고개로 넘어간다. 나를 버리고 가시는 님은 심리도 못 가서 발병 난다. 아리랑 아리랑 아라리요. 아리랑 고개로 넘어간다. 아리랑 아리랑 아라리요. 아리랑 고개로 넘어간다. 나를 버리고 가시는 님은 심리도 못 가서 발병 난다. 발병 난다. 발병 난다. When you're weary, feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I'll dry them all. Oh, I'm on your side. Oh, when times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled water, I'll lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I'll lay when you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. I'll take your part. Oh, when darkness comes and the pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled water, I'll lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I'll lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I'll ease your mind. I'll ease your mind. 감사합니다. I wanted to be here today. I believe that your love and effort will make a better world. I like to give all of my thing and respect to all NGOs. Thank you. 다음 곡은 그날에 들려드리겠습니다. Dreaming you're here with me. These worn out pictures hold our memory. Years from now, when we are one, I will sing for you. Carry on till the day we are together face to face, hand in hand with one another. We'll never cry again. I will pray for the day when we're falling apart. We think of all the times we shared our tears. Years from now, if you feel like breaking down, I'll sing this song to you. Carry on
wait for the day. 감사합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful performance. Great inspiration for the day. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for so graciously supporting this conference and for breathing to us so much energy. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the co-chair of the National Organizing Committee of Korea and president of the Hangdong Global University, Dr. Chang Sung-kyung.
Mr. and Mrs. Secretary General of the United States Ban Ki-moon, and Mr. Prime Minister Han Kyo-an, and Honorable Governor Kim Gan-yong of North Gyeongsang Province, and the Mayor Choi Yang-sik of Gyeongju City, and Dr. Scott Kellon, and Dr. Choi, and Mr. Jeff Bress, a co-chair of the UN DPI NGO Conference, and dear friends of the international NGO community and the representative international, national, state, local government organizations. And also distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Korean National Committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome every of you to beautiful and dynamic Korea. You join together in the historic city of the Gyeongju, a former capital of Silla dynasty, to celebrate the education and its role in global citizenship and achieving sustainable development goals. My school, Handong Global University motto is, why not change the world? Who are the world changers? First, I'd like to today recognize Mr. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and his wife and the long-time partner, Yusun Taek. They are indeed brave and humble international public servant and true world changers. They grew up together in Chungcheong Province, having experienced the Korean War as a young student. They had a vision of making this world a safer and a stronger place. 60 years later, together as a couple, and Mr. and Mrs. Ban Ki-moon represent goodwill of the global community and hope for the next generations. Under the leadership of Mr. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, the United Nations launched the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the main theme of this conference. And Mr. Secretary General also launched the Paris Accord for climate change. Furthermore, Mr. Ban is established the Education First, the UN Academic Impact Initiative. He strongly believes that the education is the basic foundation for personal growth and as well as national development. Korea is one of the finest examples of such case where strong educational attainment contribute the economical and social development of the nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the 66th UN NGO Conference is very special and unique in three aspects. First is this is the first in Asia. Also, second is this is the very held in the Gyeongju historical city of the Korea and the old capital of Korea. And the third thing is that this year you celebrate the first year of the Sustainable Development Goals. So today is the beginning of the SDG generations. For the next 3 days, you will share the ideas, engaging in the dialogue under the overarching theme of the education for global citizenship, achieving sustainable development goals. This conference consists of the 5 round tables and 48 workshops. The roundtable topics are the right to accessible, safe and inclusive learning space, and the STEAM education to follow the SDGs, our dream and hope, children and youth, tomorrow's global citizens of today, and the global citizenship as steward of the planet, and the special roundtable of the poverty education introducing Semaul movement of Korea. The National Committee has prepared this special roundtable session at which you like to introduce the Semaul Undong movement. This civic movement carried forward the idea of the diligence, independence, and the collaboration that has nearly contributed to Korean development. Semaul movement first began as a poverty eradication movement, but later it became one of the foundation stones of the Korean sustainable development. I'm excited to share Korean's transformation experience with the world during the special sessions. The host city of Gyeongju is important to Korea as the city represents peace and unity. Not only that, but also Gyeongju is filled with the rich history and rich culture. I hope that you can take some time to explore and visit many of the nation's treasures sites, secular architecture, and the Asian palace. This time, I want you to experience in Korean 온정, experience heartwarming hospitality. In closing, I extend my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to all the members of our organizing committee. Without their hard work and dedication, the conference would not have been possible. Moreover, I'd like to thank all the participants who have traveled from far and near to take the part in the 66th UN NGO Conference. Together, you can build a much stronger global community. Together, you can change the world. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chung. You've been a driving force in all the preparatory work, and I'm sure you'll continue to be during the conference itself. Now it is my pleasure to introduce the other co-chair of the National Organizing Committee, Mr. Yi Il-ha. Mr. Yi.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon and Mrs. Ban, General Secretary of the United Nations, and Mr. Kim Kwan-young, Governor of Province of Gyeongsangbuk-do, and Mr. Choi Yang-sik, Mayor of Gyeongju City, distinguished guests from United Nations, dear colleagues from the NGO community around the world. On behalf of Korean NGO community, I welcome you to the 66th UN DPI NGO Conference. The people of the Republic of Korea are deeply indebted to the UN and more than 160 international NGOs that came in and helped during the distressed aftermath of the Korean War of 1950. With their help and the strong will of its people to overcome poverty, Korea has experienced an astonishing economic growth from the 1960s to 1980s. At the same time, Korea has become a democratic and equitable society where the NGO sector of its own can thrive. The modern Korea NGO movement can be traced back to some 600 voluntary civilian care facilities that cared for orphans and widows in the post-Korean War period. After the successful conclusion of the 1988 Seoul Olympics that symbolized its miraculous economic turnaround. Most of foreign aid organizations had withdrawn from Korea. Some NGOs and some UN agencies transformed to fundraising entities. And new NGOs with Korean leadership emerged, marking the beginning of an explosive growth period for the purely civilian-led NPO sector in Korea. Today, there are more than 100,000 NGOs active in Korea, serving in communities locally and internationally. In 1996, the year when Korea joined the OECD, for the first time as a homegrown NGO, Good Neighbors International was granted the general consultative status of UN ECOSOC. As of today, there are 45 Korean NGOs with special status and 4 with roster status. With the UN to work more closely in various ways with the UN. Since Mr. Ban's appointment as a UN General Secretary, Korea's role in development assistance has increased significantly. Korea became a member of OECD DAC, and during the last 10 years, the ODA budget increased by more than 4 times, while the international aid from Korea's NGO sector has increased 10 times. The collective amount of aid provided by Korean people during the past 10 years exceeds the total amount of foreign aid that Korea received since the Korean War. And I expect that Korea will continue to play an important role in the global development assistance community. I am very pleased to have invited our NGO colleagues to our festivities to change the world through global citizenship education. I hope that our discussion focuses on sharing on-the-ground and hands-on experiences of our program implementation that can enhance the capabilities of the all participants here today. In conclusion, I would like to express our great appreciation to the Korean government, Gyeongsang-buk-do and Gyeongju City for supporting this event. And may God bless all of the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yi. We are aware of the tremendous work you are doing, tremendous and fantastic work you are doing with the NGOs you are dealing in this country, and we thank you for the support in organizing the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, now I have to turn the role of moderator of this introductory ceremony to the co-chairs of the conference. So I want to welcome Dr. Choi Yu-kang and Dr. Scott Carling from the floor to stand here, and the work is for you now.
Thank you very much, Under-Secretary General Galak, Excellencies, esteemed representatives of civil society, non-profit organizations, and academic institutions, especially youth. We are very proud to be the co-chair of this conference. My name is Yu-gang Choi, CEO of Dream Touch for All, which is a non-profit educational organization.
And I am Scott Carlin, an educator at Long Island University based in the United States. Together, we have the responsibility of guiding a constructive dialogue here at the conference and finalizing our very important outcome document, the Gyeongju Action Plan. We will talk more about that in due time. Now it is our pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Rashida Chowdhury, Vice President of the Global Campaign for Education and Executive Director of the Campaign for Popular Education.
Honorable Secretary General and Madam Ban Ki-moon, Honorable Prime Minister, Governor and Mayor of Gwangju, dear delegates from all over the world, honorable members of the National Organizing Committee, NGO colleagues, distinguished guests, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I feel it a proud privilege to speak in front of this august gathering as a member of civil society, as the representative of Global Campaign for Education, a coalition of education NGOs and teacher unions working in more than 100 countries, and as the National Education Coalition representative from one of the developing countries, Bangladesh. It's a wonderful feeling to be here in this beautiful city of Gwangju with a welcoming environment. Thank you, Government of Korea and the National Organizing Committee and the city of Gwangju for the great hospitality accorded to us. Republic of Korea hosted the World Education Forum in Incheon in May 2015. Exactly after 1 year, we have gathered here in the same country to rethink, reflect, and re-energize ourselves with renewed vigor and commitment to leave no one behind. In the historic declaration made in Incheon, we reaffirmed that, I quote, education is a public good, a fundamental human right, and the basis for guaranteeing the realization of our rights, unquote. 1 year may not be enough to take a stock of what happened and what didn't happen after Incheon. But as morning shows the day, it has to be recognized that we need more vigorous actions with renewed zeal and adequate investment if we have to work through the passage of time till 2030 with a view to achieving education for global citizenship, for realizing our dream of sustainable development goals together. I would like to take this opportunity to remind ourselves that despite the phenomenal growth in science and technology, the achievements in economic growth and poverty reduction, the reduction of gender and class-based discriminations, there are still millions of people who go to bed hungry every night. Millions of children are still out of school, many of whom are victims of man-made or natural disasters. Innumerable number of women, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, and people with disability are still subject to different forms of discrimination and deprivation. Education is becoming more and more of a commodity, being sold in the market rather than a public good. The worrying sign is becoming more prominent when we see the ever-increasing quality divide in education. As a result, a marginal farmer from India or Nepal, a girl from a disaster-prone area in Bangladesh, an industrial worker in Peru, or a young landless woman in Nigeria, all face the same challenge of accessing quality education free of cost. The million-dollar question to us is, if we really want to achieve education for global citizenship, can we do it when our children, young people, and adults are becoming more and more victims of the quality divide in education? Same goes for NGOs. Honorable Secretary General, I salute you for reminding us that democratic space for NGOs are shrinking. I urge upon the governments to think of NGOs as partners in development, not as competitors, not as destructive critiques, but as your partners. Thank you so much, because where are you now in terms of investment in education? It's not rocket science. It's not a statistical feature. A few days of current global military spending or a few moments of global stock market speculation could bring in each and every child to school. Can we do it? It's possible. I was re-energized this morning by the youth. I wish all the young people could be there, 1.8 billion here. Let's reach out to them from Afghanistan to Uzbekistan, from A to Z, all the young people in the world. Let me just finish with one demand that a 15-year-old, actually 16, who was born in 2000 when the Millennium Declaration was adopted, he said in Bangladesh, when we were talking to them, the 15-year-olds, I want to read because I want to read my life. I want to write because I want to write my destiny. I want to know maths because I don't want to be left alone in this era of science and technology. Thank you so much. Can you realize their dreams? That's the question.
Thank you, Ms. Chowdhury. It is my great pleasure now to welcome the chairman of the United Nations Academic Impact Korea, Dr. Young-Gil Kim.
Good morning, His Excellencies and Her Excellencies, Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon and Yu Sun-taek, distinguished scholars, NGO participant, UN participant, diplomat, youth and guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here for the 66th UN DPI NGO Conference. I believe that it is not coincidence that the conference is about education for global citizenship, achieving sustainable development goals together, and is hosted in Gyeongju, Republic of Korea. This is the outcome of the initiative and commitment of the UN, of Korea, and of all of us here today. 21st century brought global issues the world has never faced before, like the climate changes, destruction of the environment, poverty, youth unemployment, extreme violence, and moral hazard. How can we solve this one? It is only possible when we address the fundamental causes. What are the basic causes of these challenges? They are mainly originated by man-made and man-induced behavior and characteristics. Humanity stands at the center of the global challenges. Without changing human beings, we cannot solve these global issues. How can we change the human beings? The only solution is education. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we need a new education to transform the human mind and to tide over the unprecedented 21st century. Education is a fundamental impetus of the sustainable development. However, the current educational system does not provide a solution to global challenges. It mainly pursues economic growth and development. School and university focus on building competencies rather than concentrate on raising human resources to prepare the future. We need a new educational paradigm, not only to train expertise, but also to cultivate the mindset, values, and attitude to engage in global issues. The paradigm should bring the realization that we exist not merely as independent persons, but interdependent beings, mutually interconnected. It should also address the interdependence of economy, environment, and society in order to make the world sustainable. Global citizenship education received the spotlight as a new educational paradigm related to the formation and cultivation of global citizens. Sustainable Development Goals also adopted global citizenship education on its goal number 4 as a strategic agenda. However, global education should not be restricted to goal 4. It consisted of overall global perspective to open people's eyes and mind to reality of the world. It addresses the interdependence of economies, environment, and society to fight against interconnected global challenges. Hence, it is not only the issue of academy, but also issue of economy, environment, and society. It is the issue of all of us. Last year became a critical year for global citizenship education. UN adopted United Nations Academic Impact, UNAI, at the General Assembly in November 2015 to foster global citizenship. Now we are in the year of 2016, the first year to put sustainable development into action. It is perfect timing to debate about the movement of the global citizenship education. However, we need a partnership to transform it into action. We need your engagement, like academy, NGO, corporate, private sectors, international organizations, as well as government all together. I am convinced that the 66th UN DPI NGO Conference here in Gyeongju will make a wonderful initiative and concrete action agenda of global citizenship to make the world a much better place in next 15 years. UNAI promises to continuously support, closely work with you to achieve all these initiatives, what we need for tomorrow. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, again, education is a powerful weapon to conquer global challenges and achieve sustainable development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we all of us here possess the keys for the future. What we really need is our active participation. Thank you for your commitment and leadership. Thank you for your kind attention. God loves you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. Please now welcome the Governor of the North Gyeongsang Province, Mr. Kim Kwan-young. Thank you.
인류 발전의 역사적 대여정, 지속 가능한 행복 지구촌을 만드는 국제적 연대의 현장에 함께함을 진정 자랑스럽게 생각하며 신라 천년의 고도 경주를 찾아주신 전 세계 NGO 대표 여러분들을 진심으로 환영합니다. UN NGO 컨퍼런스에 오신 것만으로도 위대한 결단이라고 생각합니다. 그 생각과 행동에 다시 한번 경의를 표합니다. 존경하는 반기문 UN 사무총장님, 직접 찾아주셔서 정말 감사합니다. 바쁜 국정에도 자리를 빛내주신 황교안 총리께도 고맙다는 말씀 전해 올립니다. 또한 장순홍 이일하 조직위원장님, 마나세르 UN 공보국 선임국장님, 스캇 칼린 UN NGO 컨퍼런스 의장님, 세계 NGO 지도자, 대학, 국제기구 전문가 여러분, 참으로 귀한 만남이라고 생각합니다. 우리는 오늘 이렇게 인류 공영과 지구촌 평화라는 유엔의 숭고한 이념을 따라서 지구촌 곳곳에서 달려와 하나가 되었습니다. 한 방울로 빗물이 모여 강물이 되고 마침내 더 넓은 바다가 되듯이 행동하는 시민 한 사람 한 사람의 힘이 세상을 바꿉니다. 우리는 그것을 여러분을 통해서 목격하고 있습니다. 세계 곳곳에서 교육, 환경, 인권, 복지, 빈곤과 같은 인류의 문제를 현장에서 앞장서 해결해 내셨습니다. 이러한 가치지향의 행동적 실천은 인류 공영과 세계 평화로 가는 역사적 대행진이라고 확신합니다. 그래서 여러분은 박수 받아 마땅합니다. 이번 경주 컨퍼런스는 지속 가능한 개발을 위한 아름다운 동행을 약속하는 귀한 자리입니다. 특히 유엔의 지속 가능 개발 목표 이행의 첫 해인 올해 아시아에서 최초로 대한민국 경주에서 개최하게 된 것은 결코 우연이 아니라고 봅니다. 한 점 희망조차 꿈꿀 수 없었던 세상에서 가장 가난한 나라, 바로 그런 나라 대한민국이 불과 반세기 만에 산업화와 민주화를 동시에 이루어냈습니다. 세계는 이러한 눈부신 성장을 한강의 기적이라고 부르지만 그것은 대한민국 국민들의 눈물과 땀의 결정체에 있습니다. 무엇보다도 지독한 5천년 가난의 한을 끊어내는 그 중심에는 새마을운동이 있었습니다. 이제 새마을운동은 빈곤 대체를 위한 봉사의 물결로 빠르게 확산되고 있습니다. 함께 하신 여러분, 혼자 가면 단순한 길이지만 함께 가면 역사가 된다고 했습니다. 뜨거운 마음을 하나로 모으고 열정과 지혜를 함께 나누는 여러분을 통해서 이번 컨퍼런스의 빛나는 성과와 지구촌의 밝은 미래를 보고자 합니다. 시민 교육을 통한 의식 변화, 시민 참여를 통한 사회 변화, 다시 한번 여러분의 관심과 배려를 부탁을 드리며 머무시는 동안 천년왕국 신라의 찬란한 역사와 문화를 느껴보는 좋은 기회가 되기를 바라며 오늘 귀한 인연 소중히 지켜가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Governor Kim. Please now welcome the Mayor of the beautiful city of Gyeongju, Mr. Choi Yang-sik.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to extend my warmest welcome and sincere gratitude to all distinguished participants who have taken their valuable time to join us for the 66th UN NGO Conference. And I would also like to extend my gratitude toward Mr. Ban Ki-moon, UN Secretary General, Mrs. Christina Galach, UN DPI Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Mal Nassar, UN DPI Director of the Outreach Division, Mr. Hwang Kyo-wan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Jang Sun-heung, and Mr. Lee Il-ha, Organizing Committee, Mr. Kim Wan-yong, Governor of Gyeongsang-Buk-do Province, for all the efforts and contributions. It is a particular pleasure and a great honor for me our city, Gyeongju, to hold the UN NGO Conference for the first time in all Asia-African continent. And today, I feel truly privileged to be side by side with the global citizen leaders here in Gyeongju, the ancient capital with over 1,000-year history. As a member of this global civil society, I personally have a vision. In the upcoming future, the nations and the civil society will work together to solve global issues. And by these efforts, the global civil society will be a better place for our future generations. I humbly believe that the 66th UN NGO Conference will provide an opportunity for the global civil society to discuss and cooperate on visions for the future. The word Hwabaek from Gyeongju Hwabaek Convention Center is actually the political system during the Silla dynasty, the ancient country in Korea. The Hwabaek Council was a meeting in order to discuss important national issues, and the system was based on unanimity. In a modern day's viewpoint, the Hwabaek culture shares similarity with the democratic decision-making system that is open to various opinions. The Hwabaek put emphasis on tolerance, patience, and considerations. I believe that the spirit of Hwabaek will be an important value for the future of global civil society. Gyeongju City has so far hosted the International PEN Conference, World Water Forum. Gyeongju City is also hosting the 14th Organization of World Heritage Cities World Congress in 2017. Our abundant experience is our city's asset, and we have contributed our best efforts in the 66th UN NGO Conference. The influence of NGO is expected to grow even larger in resolving global issues. We are in the center of this process, and our will and hope are the most important motive. As we adopt the Gyeongju Declaration, I truly hope the declaration will be a cornerstone for the development of global citizenship education and be an indicator for the global civil society for the next 15 years. I hope our guests spend comfortable and pleasurable time in Gyeongju. 3 days can be a short time, but I wish all the visitors here today have great memories during their stay in the World Heritage City, Gyeongju. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Choi. Please now enjoy a welcome video prepared for you by the National Organizing Committee of Korea.
In 2015, the General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. Through 17 goals, world leaders aim to eliminate poverty, secure human rights, and ensure prosperity for all.
17 inspiring sustainable development goals, the SDGs. Our aim is clear, our mission is possible, and our destination is in our sight.
In light of the 2030 Agenda, the 66th UN DPI NGO Conference focuses on SDG for quality education and how it can serve to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. The conference will take place in Gyeongju City of Gyeongsangbuk-do in the Republic of Korea from May 30th to June 1st. This year's conference has the distinction of being the first to be held in the Asia-Pacific region. Under the theme of Education for Global Citizenship, Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals Together, participants will discuss how education for global citizenship is a powerful instrument to advance the SDGs and how they can collaborate on a wide spectrum of education initiatives that will have global impact for future generations. According to UNESCO, global citizenship education aims to empower learners to assume active roles, to face and resolve global challenges, and to become proactive contributors to a more peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, and secure world. In the age of globalization and interconnected communities, the advancement of global citizenship education is vital in addressing the magnitude of global inequalities that infringe upon human dignity. The conference will be a platform for civil society members to come together to finalize an educational action agenda that aligns with the ideals of global citizenship. By doing so, participants will reflect upon their roles as global citizens and further deliberate collective measures that have to be taken to make the world more sustainable. Stakeholders that include non-governmental organizations, educators, activists, policymakers, youth, and others will work together under the unified aim of actualizing global citizenship education. In addition to the opening and closing plenaries, participants will pursue the conference agenda through roundtables, workshops, exhibits, and youth caucus events, reaffirming each other's commitment to create a more peaceful, just, and environmentally sustainable world. International multi-stakeholders will collaborate through interactive town hall meetings to finalize the Gyeongju Action Plan. This plan will reflect the voices and contributions of civil society and underscore their commitment to take the initiative to protect the world and humankind. Welcome to the 66th UN DPI NGO Conference.
Welcome indeed. This building itself is a green and sustainable building. Immediately over our head are dozens of solar panels helping to light and power the building, and that's just one of its many green elements. I want to thank you all for being here and joining us for this UN DPI NGO conference. As you know, the conference theme is Education for Global Citizenship, Achieving the Sustainable Goals Together. And that's what we're here about, building those global networks among our NGOs. I hope you find the next 3 days of this conference to be a transformative experience. Through this and other upcoming events, we can begin to redefine global priorities so we leave nobody behind in our quest for sustainable development and the protection of global human rights. Ensuring this future requires challenging outdated ideas that no longer serve our global communities. Creating a more equitable world requires shifting our funding priorities in the area of education, including vocational training, among many other areas of education. It requires expanding entrepreneurial opportunities, and it requires development and educational models based on ideas of ecological interdependence. So let us begin a new era, the SDG generation. This conference has been months in making and would not have been possible without the generous support of the National Organizing Committee of Korea, the Korean government, the local province of North Gyeongsang, the city of Gyeongju, the United Nations Department of Public Information, and the NGO DPI Executive Committee. I also want to thank all of our plenary panelists for joining us this morning. The development of this conference has been truly international, involving dozens of planning committee members who have shown exceptional leadership. I've been tremendously impressed by these individuals' hard work and dedication. One of our most important tasks, as the video just talked about, is to refine our Gyeongju Action Plan. Each day there will be town hall meetings where you can discuss this action plan and propose your own edits to the text. Each and every one of you has something to contribute to this process. So be sure to read the text carefully, Discuss this plan with others, caucus in small groups, and chat about the plan's strengths and weaknesses. When you attend your workshops, discuss how its content at that workshop can strengthen this action plan. Make sure that information from the workshops is shared at the town hall meetings. For those listening to this presentation on the internet, you can read the draft plan on our conference website and submit your comments to the email address that's provided in the planned text. We also encourage everyone to promote this action plan through social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Invite others into that process as well. We designed this conference with its roundtables, workshops, and exhibits to jumpstart NGO and government action on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. Education is one of the principal levers we have to promote sustainable development. Through this work, we can build a more peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world that protects the human rights for all people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carlin. It is my pleasure now to welcome the United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar.
Good morning. I'd like to warmly welcome all the heads of the NGOs, distinguished guests, and larger civil society here. It's a pleasure to be here. I believe this event is a testimony of the UN system, that it values the partnerships with NGOs and civil society at large. Inclusiveness has been the hallmark of the United Nations as reflected by the unprecedented global and regional consultations in shaping the blueprint of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Addis Ababa Action, and the Paris Agreement. Education to global citizens with support of civil society's advocacy and accountability, the theme of this conference, and will be instrumental in driving the implementation of the Global Sustainable Development Agenda, but also other elements. As the largest regional arm of the UN, the Intergovernmental Platform of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, that I represent, has successfully involved NGOs in the annual deliberations of Asia-Pacific's sustainable development, financing for development dialogue, and all its 9 intergovernmental committees that deal with sectoral issues, both the conventional agreements and the new agenda. Just 2 weeks ago, at its 72nd session, the Regional Commission reinforced its political commitment and resolve to ensure that no one is left behind. In how we move forward on this theme, both governments and civil society have to factor in the emerging regional dynamics. These include the weak global recovery and the region's rebalancing, which has slowed Asia and the Pacific's growth, as well as the quality of growth has been impacted by the rising inequalities and vulnerabilities. This is evidenced by few elements. First, 3 out of 4 people in Asia Pacific still live in countries where income inequality has increased or has remained unchanged for the past 15 years. 2, 1.4 billion remain trapped in extreme poverty, with average poverty incidence quite steep in countries exposed to geographical constraints and vulnerabilities. 3, segments of society including youth, women and girls, older persons, persons with disabilities, international migrants, and ethnic minorities, who together constitute about 3 billion people in the region, face high level of exclusion. And 4, rising climate-related vulnerabilities have increased the frequency and severity of natural disasters. And 5th, given the region's high resource and carbon intensity, Asia-Pacific countries account for more than half of all global greenhouse gas emissions that are impacting people. Tackling these challenges further underscores the significance of the proactive and stronger partnerships between governments and NGOs at all levels, including on regional platforms such as ours. Asia-Pacific NGOs are well known as effective development actors for their role in service delivery, and now increasingly are lending their voice to shape regional debates on sustainable development at our platform. Many governments in the region are expanding development partnerships with NGOs, including for South-South cooperation initiatives across borders. One of the proudest moments for ESCAP was the SDG Summit in New York, when our regional NGO partners spoke out as the most organized and unified voice of civil society from any region in full support of the new development agenda. This outcome was the result of years of hard work to strengthen our regional commission's engagement with NGOs in key areas through, 1, institutionalization of civil society in our intergovernmental processes, steering groups or committees from the stage of the formulation of agenda and consultation to the eventual implementation as we stand ready for it. 2, inclusion of civil society organization delegations within national government delegations representing national perspectives. And 3, strong representation in making the right real for persons with disabilities in our civil and also in our civil registration and vital statistics regional campaign and ministerial conferences on gender equality and population. Supporting this strategy, the Asia-Pacific Regional Civil Society Organization Engagement Mechanism platform offers a structured interface in Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, which is steered by ESCAP member states. It now has the mandate to finalize the regional roadmap and regional follow-up and review of SDGs implementation, and we count on your participation. Asia-Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism model of CSO networking is acting as a model for similar initiatives at the global and other regional levels. Similarly, ESCAP's 3 annual Asia-Pacific Financing for Development has been inclusive, with the last round held in March 2016, together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea in Incheon City. ESCAP will continue its civil society partnerships in the follow-up and review of SDG implementation, which will be conducted through the regional coordination mechanism that consists of 30 UN agencies at the regional level, and in partnership with the ESCAP UN agencies, Asian Development Bank Sustainable Development Goals report. In conclusion, with its ground proximity, its potential to act as a watchdog to enhance accountability and offer effective delivery of services, we count on civil society's capacities and effective partnership to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar. It is my pleasure now to welcome the Director of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, Dr. Kim Kwang-jo.
Distinguished participants, co-organizers and co-chairs of UN DPI NGO Conference, dear friends of international NGO community, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, 안녕하세요. Allow me to convey to you the greetings from the Director General of UNESCO, Ms. Irina Volkova, who regrets she could not be with us in person today. Let me also thank the UN Department of Public Information for organizing the 66th NGO Conference and for associating UNESCO to this important event. I'm very pleased that this year's conference is hosted by the Republic of Korea, which has been a champion in promoting global citizenship education worldwide. The topic of this conference is very timely. Opportunities for exchanging knowledge and information have never been so vast, but intolerance is unfortunately on the rise. Current challenges, conflict, violent extremism, poverty, climate change, have an impact on everyone. These challenges are global, so we must act globally in response. This calls for new ways of thinking, new ways of acting. This is the importance of the notion of global citizenship. This is not a legal term, but rather a sense of solidarity with others and with the planet. This is about shared responsibility towards the well-being of everyone, wherever they live, whatever their circumstances, because humanity is a single family sharing a common history and a destiny. Global citizenship is a sense of belonging to a world that is one. The Saudi cosmonaut Sultan bin Salman Al Saud said this after his first trip in space. Here I quote, "The first day or so, we all pointed to our countries. The third or fourth day, we were pointing to our continents. By the fifth day, we were aware of only one Earth," unquote. We cannot all go to space, but we all can and must become global citizens. This starts with the individual, family, community in schools and out of schools. Young people are leading the change. Unfortunately, they are also its first victims. Education is the first defense of peace. Education today must be more than transmitting information and knowledge. It must be about learning to live in a world under pressure. It must be about laying the foundations for a culture of peace. This is why education must be a top policy priority everywhere. As Mr. Secretary General mentioned this morning, at the recent World Humanitarian Summit in Istanbul, Turkey, UNESCO advocated for a sharp increase in funding for education in emergencies to bridge the humanitarian and development divide and to unlock educational potential to nurture peace. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development charts a new course and vision for education. SDG 4 calls for providing inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Target 4.7 calls for transformative societies for global citizenship, education, and education for sustainable development, which are both promoted actively by us, UNESCO. UNESCO has been a pioneer in promoting global citizen education along with its institutes, such as the Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding, APSEU, mentioned by Prime Minister Hwang Kyo-ahn this morning. I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their valuable contributions. We are leading work on implementing, measuring, and tracking Target 4.7 of the Education Sustainable Development Goals. We facilitate policy dialogues on global citizenship education at the global, national, and local levels, such as the Third Forum on Global Citizenship Education to be held in Ottawa, Canada in March 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve Target 4.7, the engagement of all development and education stakeholders is crucial. NGOs played an important role in shaping the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and Education 2030 in particular. They should play a significant part in implementing it. This should start with partnerships. This conference provides a unique opportunity to build networks and synergies of action. I call on all NGOs and their networks to join our efforts in making SDG 4 Target 4.7 into a reality. I look forward to outcomes of this conference. I wish you all a very fruitful event. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. You may have noticed a very strong youth presence here at this conference. We are extremely pleased to welcome so many youth from around the world. Join us in welcoming two young women who are doing very important work. First, Ms. Takaya Blaney, Youth Ambassador representing Native Children's Survivor.
Hello, my name is Takaya Blaney. I am a Sliaman Nation Native American. My ancestral name, given to me by my kukpa, my grandfather, is Chagajimuch. Chagajimuch was a speaker, a revolutionary, and a defender for the rights of our people. And today I stand before you doing my best to give that name justice. I'm an environmentalist and advocate for Indigenous rights because I believe Indigenous peoples play a crucial role in the climate change dialogue, resolutions, and movements taking place. This is considering that most areas of corporate interest for industrial operations massively contributing to climate change exist on Indigenous territories, which is why it is crucial our Indigenous communities receive the resources and education to mobilize as global citizens, combating climate change and poverty in our nations. I come from a childhood where I felt like help was never coming for my people, with our governments continuing to utilize institutional mechanisms of violence and oppression to reinforce confining situations and destructive social cycles. Indigenous people everywhere are disproportionately afflicted by poverty, housing, drug, education, and cultural loss problems. But the biggest problem, I would say, is the feeling of powerlessness and despair, an attitude that stems from loss of land, of which caring for has been our purpose for thousands of years. The loss of mountains where our ancestors and spirits rest, the loss of rivers that are the lifeblood of our land and people. I wanted to share with you this background on how the rights of the land and the rights of the people are so entangled they cannot be separated, and how that is especially resonant for Indigenous peoples and perhaps in different degrees for the rest of humanity. When making change, we understand that there is strength in numbers, and we can't move forward if we are leaving entire communities behind, which is easy to do if we as organizations don't first and foremost establish programs contributing resources and information to empower all these different communities in constructing their own future and solutions. If we fail in this effort to include the voices and values of the grassroots, the youth, the indigenous, of ordinary citizens, we fail to inspire the excitement and effort of the people that is crucial in making a program sustainable. As Indigenous frontline minority communities under pressure, we stand in the shoulders of monumental giants, perseverant movers and shakers that came before us, that propelled our narrative from victim to resilience, that engendered our revolutions. And the momentum of those revolutions can only continue when worldwide movements with the objective of extinguishing conditions of despair, such as poverty and environmental degradation, are diverse and inclusive. We ignite the vehicle of change by not just inviting other communities to our table, but coming back down to earth, meeting at a common ground, and having a conversation. Our agents of change need to push against the wall of our paradigm with the strength of who they are. As an Indigenous person watching Native American protests, I saw how we would show up to the House of Parliament with our megaphone and rally signs in one hand, and our sacred eagle feathers in the other. That is the strength of who we are. As musicians, artists, writers, creative revolutionaries, we push down the walls of ignorance with the might of the pen, the spark of imagination and change. That is the strength of who we are. We represent where we come from as people, and we do what we love to protect what we love, because that is what true change looks like. Because encouraging mutual understanding and support of communities worldwide, this concept of global citizenship doesn't have to mean sameness. Attached to it isn't a standard for what our solutions should universally resemble. We emphasize in our culture the story of where we come from with respect and pride, and create custom-made solutions that can take root in the hearts of the families, youth, decision makers, and ordinary citizens of our communities. In this generation, we are on the precipice of absolute climate catastrophe, and this is one of the pivotal challenges that will define our generation's capabilities combating said issue as the people and the planet of today. And all that said, I'm excited about the future. And this is speaking to the youth here who are often criticized for this, but bring your crazy plans, your unreasonable, ambitious ideas, naive notions of changing the world. Bring your ancestors with you. Bring the old ways, bring the new ways. Bring your justice, bring your music. And together, let's teach the history books of tomorrow a lesson in doing what is fundamentally right, because we need those crazy ideas to match our crazy times. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blaney. Now we welcome Park Na-young, the director of the education team at Dream Touch for All.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 안녕하세요. This is a great honor to be here as a youth representative and to meet you all. My name is Na-young Park, and I'm the director for the education team at Dream Touch for All. If life were a novel, I like to think that the section on youth is chapter 2. Childhood, chapter 1, is normally written by our parents. However, as we turn the page to chapter 2 on youth, I believe that the most common word that begins a sentence is the word I. This is because the chapter on youth heavily involves our search of life's direction. It was during my chapter 2 when I encountered Dream Touch for All, a non-profit organization which believes that all students have the right to pursue their dreams through education. We train high-achieving college volunteer teachers to provide quality education to disadvantaged students in South Korea. And by doing so, we aspire to close the education gap. As I worked with disadvantaged students for the past 3 years, I have witnessed how education is a means for students to overcome the barriers that surround them. I believe that the power of education is its function as a bridge from a harsh today to a better and limitless tomorrow. At Dream Touch for All, I have the opportunity to constantly interact with our volunteer teachers who willingly invest their time to help build this bridge for the students and their future. I strongly believe that the mission of our generation is precisely this, a generation that is willing to build a bridge for people in need, a generation that realizes the value we overvalue me, and above all, a generation that plants a dream in those who thought they could never dream. As more youth members use the word we over the word me in Chapter 2, the following chapter will progress in a different direction that is edifying to those around them. I want to encourage those youth members who are living out this kind of Chapter 2 and thank those who have already completed this kind of Chapter 2. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ms. Park. It is a privilege for us now to introduce Ms. Hindu Omaru Ibrahim, who coordinates the Association for Indigenous Women and Peoples of Chad.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleague, NGO representative here, it's my honor and privilege. It's in my face. Sorry, this is the technology. I'm not coming from the far. Hopefully that you are hearing me and you are listening to what I'm saying. This is the most important message. Anyway, it's my honor to be here, and thanks for the organizer to give me the opportunity to take this floor in this important conference here. We hear this morning a lot about the formal educations. I'm going to talk to you about the informal education that my community live with it. Then this is the environmental education. My name is Hindu Umaru Ibrahim. I came from Chad, in the Sahel region in Africa. And I was born in a nomadic community, Pel Bororo. My people are indigenous, who live according to the rhythm and the resource of their immediate environment. As soon as they are ready to work, children are raised to understand their environment. They are taught to recognize the trees and plants and to find water in a desert landscape, to lead the cows through the savannah. In my community, education does not mean school. In fact, I am one of the few children of my community that went to school, thanks to the determination of my mother. But education can give opportunities. Climate change, but also other environmental crises, such as desertification, threaten today the survival of our communities. Some grass and city species are disappearing, as well as main water resources in this region, Lake Chad. Change in the weather patterns are making life harder, especially years like 2016, when people and cattle experiment with more than 48 degrees Celsius, recorded in Jemena, which is one of the highest temperatures recorded in Chad by these last 30 years. This situation lead to conflict and violence. For the young man, the youth, migration is often the only way to find revenue to feed their families. In the worst case, they are tempted to fall under the influence of terrorist groups that offer them the money that the environmental can no longer provide, as the General Secretary said in his speech. But global citizen education can give response. This is why we need now to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs, and also to accelerate the implementation of the Paris Agreement that we reached last year. We need now concrete response to implement these new development patterns. But concretely, what do we need to do? First, the full and effective implementation of all the 17 goals of SDGs, including the protection of indigenous people's rights and human rights in general. That is why we asked for the inclusion of all human rights and gender issues into the NDC's implementations. If not, nothing will protect the poorest knowledge and indigenous and local communities from land grabbing and all these problems we are facing. Then we have to adapt the project to the need of communities. For instance, renewable energy in Africa should be developed in consultation with communities, in particular women. We need a small-scale project and not big infrastructure for the equal chance to all. The voice of those who have no access to energy and then no access to school, hospital, so one should be listened. Even if they do not use the technical word such as SDGs, they can participate to discussion and the implementation of the project as global citizens. That's why we need all the government to include the civil society and the indigenous communities and the constructive dialogue on domestic action to address development and its challenges. Dear colleagues, Excellencies, let me conclude by saying that we need to understand that in my country, like in many others, most of the peoples do not have yet access to education. As indigenous communities, we also believe that our indigenous traditional knowledge can play an important role on this fight against climate change, but against all the development challenges. That is why we fight in Paris last December to include those indigenous traditional knowledge into the adaptation and mitigation. Global, we can raise awareness. Now is time for action. Let us all act together in our way of education, and we can win this fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ibrahim. We are now nearing the end of our opening session. Please warmly welcome Mr. Bruce Nuts. He is the chair of the NGO DPI Executive Committee, which represents 1,400 organizations who are formally associated with the United Nations Department of Public Information. Mr. Nuts.
Thank you very much. You're the few and the brave who are hanging in to the end. Thanks. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights begins with the words, "All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person." Equality is important. Without it, the world tends towards violence and oppression. When men feel superior to women, violence and abuse follow. When white people feel superior to people of color, violence and oppression result. When one nationality feels superior to another, war and destruction follow. When one religion feels it is superior to another, even religions which claim to be about peace and love end up as violent oppressors. Look at slavery, colonialism, several world wars, all done in the name of a loving God who's also a jealous God, intolerant of others' beliefs or non-belief. When people of one sexual orientation feel superior to other sexual orientations, they beat, bully, and oppress those unlike themselves. The cycles of violence and oppression continue as long as we maintain our illusions of superiority and inferiority. We must learn to see ourselves as equals. With our feelings of superiority, we feel we are right and others are wrong. We think that it is our duty to punish those who are wrong. We punish those who have the wrong religion, the wrong gender, the wrong color, the wrong nationality, the wrong sexual orientation, the wrong ideas, the wrong politics, the wrong gender identity, the wrong something. When asked, many schoolgirls reply that it's okay for a husband to beat his wife. When we believe it's ever okay to be violent or to oppress, there's something seriously wrong with our system of education. This faulty education begins at home, continues in our schools, our places of worship, and beyond in our society. We must educate for equality, inclusion, and diversity. Being different is not wrong, it's just different. Rosa Parks, the American civil rights leader, said, "I was born in the South 50 years after slavery, and racial segregation was legally enforced. Racial pride and self-dignity were emphasized in my family and community because of the seeming insecurities and concerted efforts of many whites to make blacks feel and act inferior. I believe we are on the planet Earth to live, grow up, and do what we can to make this world a better place for all people to enjoy freedom. Differences of race, nationality, or religion should not be used to deny human beings citizenship rights or privileges. Life is to be lived to the fullest so that death is just another chapter. Memories of our lives, our works, and our deeds will continue in others. Education for global citizenship to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals means we cannot all be of the same religion, the same color, the same nationality, the same sexual orientation, the same gender identity. We're all different. No amount of violence and oppression can make us all the same. We either educate for inclusion and diversity or resign our world to violence, abuse, and death. We face a challenging future of war and climate change standing before us. We can bicker like silly little children over petty and insignificant differences, or we can stand together in solidarity, as different as we are, and face these real challenges that confront us. In our differences, we will find the answers we need to solve the problems ahead. When men beat women because they can, we lose the talent and brilliance of both the men who are lost in their brutality and the women who are lost to the violence. When we bully students into leaving our schools or drive them to suicide because they are different, we miss the creativity and innovation that they could give the world, and we lose our humanity and stupid feelings of superiority. Different as we are, together we can turn suffering into joy and compassion. So if you hear there's a workshop or a roundtable that conflicts with your beliefs, make sure to go there and listen. That is what we do as equals. When we feel superior, we ignore, disdain, bully, oppress, and kill those we consider inferior. Never let anyone's insecurities make you feel inferior because of who you are or what you believe or whom you love. Everyone deserves a safe and dignified life. When we live as equals, we listen, discuss, and learn from each other. We are equal, and we are here to listen and learn so that together we can make this a better, kinder, more compassionate world. Let us all affirm we are free and equal in dignity and rights.
Thank you, Mr. Nas. And now we are honored to have world-renowned soprano Park Hae-jin. Please be patient as we set up stage for the performance.
Great honor to be invited to sing at this very important conference. My honor is all of the great with the presence of the Secretary General of the UN. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Park. Thank you for your wonderful performance. Before we conclude the session, I want to take the chance to thank everyone, from those who traveled across the world to those who are from this town. Your presence speaks great volumes on your interest, commitment to initiate positive change. The possibility of organizing this conference in the Republic of Korea was brought up about 2 years ago, and ever since then, it has been a great journey to turn a possibility into a reality. This conference was organized in merely 5 months through joint effort of passionate and dedicated people scattered in different time zones. The conference hosts, organizers, and supporters have been driven under the unified goal of providing a time and place for civil society members to openly address global issues and discuss solutions. And as a result, we are here together attending the first UN DPI NGO Conference in Asia. This year's conference is built upon the framework of education for global citizenship and the sustainable development goals. These concepts may be familiar to you or foreign to you. The next 3 days will be an opportunity for NGOs, activists, educators, policymakers, and youth to better grasp what it means to be a global citizen and to map out steps to make the Sustainable Development Goals tangible. May this conference be a safe place for your story to be shared and for your voice to be heard. May this conference touch, challenge, and motivate you to live out the values of global citizenship. And ultimately, may this conference mobilize more people to secure a bright future for the next generations to come. Once again, thank you for coming, and may you gain a valuable experience that you can share with those back in your country, organization, and home. Thank you.
네, 지금 퇴장간에 안내사항 하나 전달드리겠습니다. 오늘은 참가자를 대상으로 한 샌드위치가 점심으로 준비가 되어 있습니다. 등록 시 제공해드린
Hello, everyone. We'll be beginning shortly. Please take a seat. Thank you.
Okay. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends from the NGO community, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to this first round table of this historic conference. A round table on the right to accessible, safe, and inclusive learning spaces. As you heard this morning, education can make or break individuals and societies. In the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, this Sustainable Development Goal, number 4, really is the cornerstone making other goals possible. 1 and 2 on poverty and hunger, 3 on health, then 5 on gender, 6 on water and sanitation, going through to energy on 7. SDG 8 on employment. How is it possible to get a decent job if you do not have a good education? We move through the SDGs to ones on infrastructure, on settlements, on resources, on the environment. There's a critical SDG in the middle of those, SDG 10 on reducing inequality. And it ends with SDGs 16 and 17, promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, and also looking at the means of implementation and partnerships. Without global citizenship education, it is not possible to achieve these things. Without understanding, without dialogue. So in this context, our round table will look at ways in which nobody will be left behind. We're going to consider barriers to education. Some of the most significant barriers are socio-cultural, but there are many other barriers, physical barriers, barriers related to information, which are also very relevant. So our aim is to come forth with a series of recommended, concrete, formal actions to ensure everybody has an opportunity to learn and grow, to reach their potential, as indicated in SDG 4. We will also consider informal approaches, such as training and mentoring, and we will consider social mobilization, awareness raising, public-private partnerships, and other actions and modalities to reduce quality gaps in education. So to begin, it is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Myung-Suk Cho, who is the Vice principal of the Yoming School of North Korean Defectors. Ms. Cho.
예, 안녕하십니까. 이 자리에 오게 돼서 너무 기쁘고요. 저는 저의 얘기를 좀 하고 싶습니다. 저는 탈북 청소년들을 가리키는 여명학교의 조명숙 교감입니다. 저는 빈민촌에서 태어나고 자랐습니다. 제가 선택하지 않은 가난으로 너무 고생을 하다 보니 어린 시절 제 안에는 분노가 쌓이기 시작했습니다. 상대적으로 너무 가난하고 고난을 겪게 되면 분노가 쌓이는 것 같습니다. 그럴 즈음에 담임 선생님께서 가정 방문을 하셨습니다. 방 한 칸에 6명이 살고 있는 것을 보셨음에도 선생님께서는 명숙이가 잘 배워 성장하면 반드시 다른 사람들을 도와줄 것입니다. 힘드시더라도 꼭 가르치세요 라고 부모님을 설득하셨습니다. 선생님은 가난한 사람도 의미 있게 살고 싶다는 것을 아셨던 것 같습니다. 저는 선생님이 너무 감사했고 선생님 말씀처럼 공부해서 다른 사람들을 정말 돕고 싶었습니다. 그래서 저와 같은 빈민촌의 아이들을 가르치는 교사가 되기로 하였습니다. 대학에 진학하여 예비교사로 공부하는 중에 우연히 가난한 나라에서 온 외국인 노동자를 만나게 되었습니다. 시급하게 도와야 하는 사람들 앞에서 교사의 꿈을 내려놓고 23살에 외국인 노동자를 돕는 NGO 운동가가 되었습니다. 그러다 중국에서 탈북 난민들을 만나게 되고 저보다 외국인 노동자보다 더 어려운 그들을 돕게 되었습니다. 그래서 목숨을 걸고 같이 국경을 넘는 일도 하였습니다. 남한에서는 북한 이탈 주민의 사회 정착을 돕는 일을 하게 되었습니다. 이러한 과정을 겪으면서 사회에서 가장 낮은 사람들의 환경을 개선해주고 제도를 개선해주면 그들의 형편이 올라가면 그 위에 계층 사람들은 자연스럽게 더 좋아진다라는 것을 배우게 되었습니다. 10여 년 이상 사회 문제를 풀고 제도를 개선하였지만 보다 근본적인 대안을 만들고 싶어졌습니다. 그리고 그것이 사람을 키우는 일이라고 생각했습니다. 사회 각 분야에서 NGO의 마인드를 가진 사람들을 키워내는 것이 중요하다고 생각했습니다. 고난을 겪는 사람들이 스스로 성장하도록 도와야겠다는 생각을 하고 그리고 곧 다가올 통일 시대를 위해 또 사회에서 가장 어려운 계층인 탈북 청소년들을 돕고 싶었습니다. 그들에게 희망을 만들어내고 싶어서 대안학교를 운영하였습니다. 제가 가르치는 탈북 학생들도 어려서의 저처럼 자신이 선택하지 않은 것들, 즉 북한에서 태어났다는 것만으로 너무 많은 것을 겪어낸 학생들입니다. 그들은 북한에서 외면당하고 남한에서 소외되었다고 생각했으며 이러한 과정에서 부모조차도 자녀들의 보호자가 될 수 없었습니다. 그래서 그 탈북 청소년들은 분노와 미래에 대한 불안감이 가득했습니다. 이러한 탈북 청소년들의 문제는 제도를 개선하고 환경을 지원해 준다고 풀리는 문제가 아닙니다. 이들을 격려하고 이들을 지지하며 인간적인 상처가 있는 학생들은 인간적으로 품어야 하며 그 상처가 분노로 폭발되지 않고 성장 동력이 되도록 가르쳐야 했습니다. 그리고 제가 만난 탈북 청소년들을 통해 저는 NGO 활동가로서 그들의 제도의 결함을 보면 제도를 바꿔냈고 환경의 개선이 필요하면 그것도 바꿔내려고 노력하였으며 사회의 문제라면 사람의 문제라면 교육을 하였습니다. 저에게 배운 탈북 청소년들이 삶의 각 분야에서 사회를 변화시키는 경험을 하고 또 그 증인이 되고 더 나아가 사회를 발전시키는 꿈을 갖게 하려고 노력하였습니다. 그것이 제가 그들을 교육하면서 돕는 이유입니다. 이제 우리는 국경이 모호한 시대에 살고 있습니다. 저희 NGO도 그래야 할 것 같습니다. NGO의 경계를 넓혀 각 영역에서 NGO의 마인드를 가진 사회 변혁가들을 키워내는 일에 집중할 때라고 생각합니다. 지금 한반도에는 통일이라는 숙제를 안고 있습니다. NGO가 없는 북한, 또 강압적이고 통제적인 대상과 미래를 함께 생존해야 하는 작지 않은 숙제를 가지고 있습니다. 저는 우리의 사회 통합을 위해서 가장 낮고 소외되고 배려받지 못하는 이제는 탈북 청소년들을 가르치고 그들 스스로 설 수 있도록 하면서 미래의 통일 시대를 준비하는 것이 우리의 숙제라고 생각합니다. 제가 경험한 바로는 가장 어려운 사람들에겐 가장 제대로 된 교육이 들어가야 된다고 생각합니다. 그것을 위해 에너지를 모으고 그랬을 때 사회는 자연스럽게 변화되고 더 발전될 것이라고 생각합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cho. Very inspiring words. We now move to His Excellency Omri Goli, who is the Ambassador of Sierra Leone to the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to bring you greetings from our President, Dr. Ernest Bai Koroma, and the government and people of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and to speak briefly at this very important, worthy event on the importance of education. Dealing with the important, and in my humble opinion, inalienable right to inclusive, safe, and accessible learning spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, education is about developing a nation's human capital. Human capital, in my view, is the most important and fundamental factor of development, which affects any developing country's economic future. Sierra Leone, like all other developing countries, would not be able to achieve sustainable economic development without a substantial investment in her human capital. Education, therefore, is critical in every sense of the word. It is critical in increasing and advancing productivity, in securing economic and social progress, and improving income distribution, as well as reducing poverty and inequality. It equips individuals with the tools that could help them tap into their creative minds. It promotes entrepreneurship and technological advancement. And this, in turn, enriches society's understanding of themselves and the world in which we live. My country, Sierra Leone, has been at the pinnacle of the advancement of education in West Africa, and has also sadly experienced how war and the advent of the Ebola virus disease have had a consequential negative downturn in our overall educational output and human development. Over 2 centuries ago, with the founding of Furo Bay College in 1827, Sierra Leone was the center of Western-style education in sub-Saharan Africa. At this time, major institutions of higher learning in the world, such as the London School of Economics and Political Science, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and Stanford University were not yet founded. Educated Sierra Leoneans were sent to neighboring countries like Ghana, Gambia, Nigeria, and Cameroon to serve as administrators, clerks, and similar positions that required the services of trained and educated professionals. Unfortunately, our country faced its own challenges of political and social development from the late 1960s up to the late 80s in particular, and then from 1992 to 2001 with a devastating civil war that had a very harmful and negative effect on our national economy, and as a consequence, on our education policy and educational achievements. Our country recovered from these blights on our national development efforts, as Sierra Leone registered one of the most impressive economic indicators from 2007 onwards, with the highlight of our national development efforts being achieved in 2013, with a GDP growth rate of around 16%. Then Ebola struck in the early part of 2014, affecting the Mana River Union countries of Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. This very unfortunate event resulted in the loss of over 11,000 lives and a massive downturn in the economic achievements of the previous decade. Education in our country was severely hit, with many deaths being recorded among school-going and college students, and the closure of all educational centers throughout the country. Ebola now, thankfully, has been defeated in our sub-region. And with the demise of this unfortunate event, a renewed determination by my government to place education at the top of its national objectives and priorities. The right to inclusive, safe, and accessible learning spaces remain a key component of my country's educational policy. Socioeconomic factors, however, continue to be a challenge to the service delivery of education in developing countries, my country included, and as a consequence on our national human and economic development. These include urbanization, problems with adult literacy, fertility, infant mortality, malaria, poverty, and other factors. And whilst efforts continue to be made by governments in developing countries in combating these negative socio-economic factors, sadly, as long as these factors remain, there will continue to be a challenge to our ultimate noble goal of value in education as a whole, and particularly the right to inclusive, safe, and accessible learning spaces. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ghali. Next on our panel is Dr. Chae Jun Kim, who is the president of the Korean Education Development Institute. Dr. Kim.
We are here at the round table to talk about quality education for all, but it is quite a complicated issue to talk for short 5 minutes assigned to me. So I will focus on 3 specific cases to trigger more discussion. First, despite the great progress made by the EFA movement, there are still many children who don't have basic education opportunities, such as out-of-school children, migrated children, and so on. So we have to think of some strategies which will lead to ensure quality learning spaces for all. As one of the strategies we can mobilize to enhance accessibility, I'd like to suggest establishing open schools of distance learning, where blended learning is implemented. In Korea, we have more than 40 years of experience in running open schools at the level of secondary education. As of 2016, KEDI, Korean Educational Development Institute, which I belong to, runs 20 middle schools and 42 high schools of distance learning, educating around 14,000 students. As many of you know, secondary education in Korea became universal in the early 1990s. However, there are still many adults who didn't have the chance to attend the secondary schools in the youth. That's why we launched open secondary schools for the elderly generation left behind. With the development of ICT technology, e-learning or cyber learning has become very effective and convenient than traditional education, and it can be implemented at a moderate price. Second, with regard to safety and health issues in education, girls have become the primary concern of ours. For example, schools without toilets or lack of hygiene-related products are one of the causes which serve to increase the rate of girls' absenteeism or to lower educational performance of girls. That's why we have to work on the issue of safe and healthy learning spaces for girls. Last September, the President of the Republic of Korea presented a Better Life for Girls initiative at the UN Sustainable Development Summit. The initiative plans to donate $200 million over the next 5 years for girls living in 7 developing countries located in Asia and Africa. As part of the initiative, KEDI is willing to work together with many institutes in Cambodia and Myanmar. The 3 key areas we have interest in are girls' right to education, healthy schools for girls, and girls' right to profession. I hope that today's talk in the roundtable would be helpful in developing the project. Finally, the last topic I will talk about is inclusiveness. Recently, we are witnessing a growing polarization around the world. We are also suffering from many global problems such as terrorism, climate change, nuclear weapons, xenophobia, and so on. In an age of global village, global citizenship equation is no longer optional. It is a necessity. To save the Earth and ensure our safe life on it, GCED, Global Citizenship Education, is one of the most influential strategies we can mobilize. Through GCED, we can teach future generations not only to tolerate difference, but also to make new solutions by engaging in difference. We should also teach future generations the importance of difference over identity by emphasizing that pursuit of identity tends to result in discrimination. APSEU, Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding, one of the UNESCO-affiliated institutes based in Korea, has provided capacity building workshops to foster GCED lead teachers and conducted joint projects to develop GCED curriculum with developing countries. I think that the importance of GCED cannot be overemphasized in cultivating a sense of global community or a global community of difference. I hope that this roundtable will become a benchmark, a landmark, will bring about fruitful and substantial changes in quality for education. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. I now have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Daniela Bass, the Director of the Division for Social Policy and Development of UN DESA. Ms. Bass.
Good afternoon. This is a way of greeting from people who cannot hear. I hope that next time, in order to educate everybody, there will be also people who interpret with sign language. So to leave no one behind. With this, I want to say that there are 1 billion people that my division has the honor to serve. For 100 million people, my division has the honor to serve. 900 million people, my division has the honor to serve. And I could go on and on. What I'm talking about here is groups so-called vulnerable groups. Older people, youth, indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, and the family. These are all in the division I had the honor to lead. We have been tasked to serve the whole United Nations system on these groups. I know you already had the honor to hear the envoy of the Secretary General on Youth. We have also other envoys on disability, etc., but today I know that the focus is on youth and education. Allow me, though, to say that I would like to expand the meaning of education, that it is not only in schools. We learn also in our families, values and culture, and that's also part of being educated. We have also other very important means that can share with us, or through us, or we through them, education. Education to become citizens, active actors, active agents of change, etc., through the media, radio, television, cinema, and technologies. That's also part of having access to other parts of what communities do. Now, what I wanted to say is that when we talk about education, therefore, let's not focus only on formal education, but also informal education. And when we talk about accessibility, we're talking about having access to education, whatever forms of education we want to talk about. We have to have access to that education through infrastructures, schools, theaters, or other venues where we meet to share our knowledge and learn from the knowledge of others. They have to be barrier-free, no architectural barriers, no stairs, no ramps. They have to be accessible to people who cannot see, who cannot hear, who cannot walk properly. And this can be a young person, an older person, or some members and friends we have in our families. To leave no one behind. Leaving no one behind when it comes to education, and therefore having access to education, implies also taking care of those people who live in rural areas. Let's think about young people who live in rural areas. And the world is becoming more and more urbanized. People move towards cities. What happens to those young people who live in rural areas if transportation is not accessible to reach schools in cities? Accessible also in terms of costs. Paying for transportation costs money. What about those people who, either to have access to employment or other forms of education, cannot utilize transportation? If you have a disability, it may be difficult. If you don't have money, it's difficult. Therefore, education is a strategy. It's a key strategy to eradicate poverty. It's a key strategy to reduce the gap of inequalities. Key. So let's not think of education only in terms of school. Let's think of education in terms of sharing knowledge with the private sector, sharing knowledge with the people who govern us, politicians, sharing knowledge within the families, sharing knowledge with young, old people. Languages are very important. We have to keep in consideration also indigenous peoples, those 400 million people I was referring to at the beginning. They go to school, but maybe their language is not spoken. They cannot be educated. They cannot receive, not be educated. That's not what I want to say. They cannot receive the same kind of knowledge that others can. One language every 2 weeks dies. I'm talking about the languages of indigenous peoples. 1 billion people in the world have some kind of disability. So unless we make everything accessible, information, communication, transportation, infrastructures, whatever, to include everybody in this beautiful world of learning and sharing, therefore being educated, we are not going to promote a world that is accessible, inclusive, sustainable, and therefore safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bass. We now turn to Mr. Bruce Knotts, who is the chair of the Executive Committee of Non-Governmental Organizations associated with the United Nations in the Department of Public Information. Mr. Knotts.
Thank you. This roundtable is about the importance and challenges of providing inclusive, supportive, and well-financed education for all. Many people are either explicitly denied or often more subtly pushed away from educational opportunities due to their gender identity, race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, age, ability or disability, or financial incapacity. Often there are instances of bullying, discrimination, microaggressions, or financial barriers which prevent people from participating in formal or informal education and advocacy. Parents with several children and of limited means often make a choice to send only one child to school. Often that child will be male, heterosexual, with no visible disabilities. Families often feel that such a choice offers the best chance for success for the family. Often that choice is a mistake. We want all learners to have the opportunity to learn and grow to their maximum potential. When allowed to do so, we are often surprised and delighted to find those with tremendous potential are different from our stereotypical wealthy, straight, white, athletic male student. We find gems of brilliance in women, LGBTI people, people of color, or someone like Stephen Hawking, who has multiple physical disabilities and may have the most brilliant mind on the planet. Or Michael Donald Kirby, an Australian jurist and academic who was a former justice of the High Court of Australia. He was appointed by the Human Rights Council to lead the inquiry into human rights abuses in North Korea. He's gay. Tim Cook, Apple's CEO, is gay. Neil deGrasse Tyson, probably the most famous astronomer, is a person of color. Christine Lagarde is a woman, and she manages the International Monetary Fund. Oprah Winfrey grew up very poor. She's a woman of color and probably one of the most influential and richest women in the world today. There's an interesting couple, husband and wife team, Do-Won Chang and Chin Suk, who founded Forever 21. Do-Won had to work 3 jobs at the same time to make ends meet, so he was very poor. They opened their first clothing store in 1984. Forever 21 now is an international chain with 480 stores, earning about $3 billion a year. None of these above people that I just mentioned are wealthy, straight, white, athletic male students. Imagine the global opportunities we can develop with inclusive, supportive, and fully financed education for all. We believe that education is critical to the achievement of all 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and that many people are effectively denied access to education due to poverty, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, and other factors. Even when policy states that education is open to all, bullying and harassment in learning spaces can make it difficult or impossible for children and adults to learn. When we asked the LGBTI people in Uganda what they needed more than anything else, we were surprised with the response. They said literacy. Asked why literacy, they responded that most of them were kicked out or bullied out of their school or their families and never allowed to complete their education. It's tough having to face life without adequate literacy skills. Mark Tewksbury, the gold medal-winning Canadian Olympic swimmer, was kicked out of 4 high schools in Alberta because of his sexual orientation before he was able to combat bigotry through athletic prowess. And I just cite him as an example that even in more developed countries, or so-called progressive countries, this kind of discrimination can exist. And I want to close with a reference to the good book by Reverend Peter Gomes, who's a former chaplain at Harvard. And he mentioned that the Bible was used to oppress people of color and justify slavery and torture. Later, it was used to also oppress women. And lately, it's been used to oppress people because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. These religious views change over time. And because these religious views change, we should not allow religion to be used to either include or exclude people. And we should include everybody because that's the best policy. Being different should not mean you are prevented from getting an education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knotts. It is now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Robert Ogburn, who is Minister, Counselor for Public Affairs of the U.S. Embassy in Seoul, Korea.
Great. Thank you very much, Marco. You know, President Obama has said that we all are true to our creed when a little girl born into the bleakest poverty knows that she has the same chance to succeed as anybody else. And it's a very exciting time to be here in Korea, especially after the very successful World Education Forum that was hosted in Incheon, Korea last year, in the Incheon Declaration. And it's also wonderful to hear President Obama, when he reflects on Korea and its remarkable success, to especially single out education as one of the key factors for not only its economic success, but for democratization and all the prosperity that you see here today, whether in Gyeongju or other parts of Korea. But it makes it a little bit difficult for me personally because right before the session, Marco said, well, we were talking about problem areas. And of course, for myself, as a diplomat based in Korea, it's a little difficult to find true problem areas in such a wonderful education system here in Korea. And indeed, with Korea's sophisticated system, sophisticated and highly developed attitudes, I myself, as a practitioner of public diplomacy and educational exchange, need to be very creative and look for new areas as well. So I think that the main area that, for example, the US and a recently and remarkably well-developed country like Korea can do is be partners. Be partners not only to find areas that people who do not have access, whether in the US or Korea, can find ways to have better access, but also ways in which the US and Korea can help other less developed countries as well. For example, Director Kim mentioned the Better Life for Girls initiative, that wonderful multi-year, $200 million, very strategically designed initiative. There are a lot of intersections between that and Michelle Obama's Let Girls Learn initiative that is being administered by USAID. So we look for different ways, and one of the main areas that I try to stress, looking at the next generation of leaders in Korea, try to encourage, and I certainly do it from a point of modesty, is the value of failure, the value of succeeding through responsible risk-taking, and the value of creating institutions and a society that supports risk-taking, that supports slight detours in one's educational and career path, and that actually embraces it and publicly acknowledges it as a way to find better and more resilient success. Also, I believe that all of you are aware that the US education system is very, very decentralized compared to many other countries. The Department of Education is nowhere equivalent to the influence or power of, say, the Ministry of Education here in Korea. So often it's up to local governments and it's up to volunteers, it's up to very concerned parents and community leaders to help shape the education system in the US. Well, in the same way, it's also a bit of globalization for American diplomats who are posted to different countries to try to find ways that we can best address the needs. So having worked mostly in third world countries, it's very interesting to do that here in Korea. But some particular areas, for example, are reaching non-traditional audiences, such as North Korean refugees, as Ms. Jo has mentioned, such as reaching those who are physically or mentally challenged. And a lot of that comes out of a sense of humility and having speakers, having experts arranging for courses with Americans who talk about the long path that the US has taken to try to achieve equal access in education. So those are just a few of the issues that we're dealing with. And once again, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this very, very distinguished roundtable.
Thank you, Mr. Ogburn. Last but not least, we have Ms. Rashida Chowdhury, who is the Vice President and CEO of the Global Campaign for Education, the Campaign for Popular Education.
Thank you. It's so wonderful again to be speaking here in front of this gathering. But this time we would like to listen to you more than we speaking. But whatever this is here, we are here. Thank you again. The topic of this roundtable discussion is that education must be accessible to all throughout life through quality learning opportunities. Well, access to education is not exactly an opportunity. It's the right of every individual to get access to quality learning. That's where I would like to start as a non-negotiable principle. And governments has the obligation, they have the obligation. It is state responsibility to ensure that right to education accessible to all. Now coming back to the topic of our discussion, education, particularly in terms of global citizenship education, accessible, safe, inclusive learning spaces. What do we mean by these terms? Are we really clear about it? It's not this room. I'm talking about the global community. The communities at the grassroots level, whether our families, they know, whether they understand these terms, global citizenship education. And we have to keep in mind, in many of our countries, in the developing world, more than 30% of the school children, particularly if we talk about formal education, they are first-generation learners. Their parents do not have any education. So they may have traditional wisdom, because we can't ignore that. They have all the knowledge they have, but no formal education. That's why I appreciate the reference by Madam to non-formal education. Now coming to the institutions. Are our institutions ready and equipped enough to deal with global citizenship education issues? Are our teachers well equipped to really have discussion among the students, particularly among the youth who are future leaders, to deal with global citizenship education issues? The other point, if it's a state responsibility to implement all the SDGs and this one, global citizenship education, whether our people can hold our governments accountable, and where do we stand in terms of getting all those together? Well, global citizenship education is there. It's a part of SDGs, but not now what do we do? And I would really like to endorse or express solidarity with the Guangzhou Plan of Action. This is where many of these messages have come in, but we need to also look at the main focus of how do we hold our governments accountable, our public representative accountable. So there are elements here. So family, institutions, government, all the institutions of a state, how do we have a global citizenship education that will really make a society culturally vibrant, environmentally sustainable, economically viable, and socially just? And that's where we have to also learn from our communities. This is where I would like to end with just a story. One that because I work with the communities, grassroots communities, I have been learning from them a lot. When the SDGs were adopted, we were in the field actually talking to the people in courtyard meetings. You know, the microfinance groups, they have courtyard meetings. Whether they know all these things about global citizenship education, they know, because they have been practicing peace tolerance. But when we ask them, do you have violence within your families? Are you beaten by your husbands? This is what happens in the developing world. And they didn't have any pretense. They said yes. Then we said, okay, fine, maybe global citizenship education we could discuss later. Peace, tolerance, etc. Then I had to go back to that village after hearing a story. Once, a 25-year-old girl, a mother of one, she was expecting, but she was beaten mercilessly by her husband, and she was bleeding profusely. So she was taken to the hospital. But all the village women, they gathered together, and they went from door to the public representatives. Nobody listened to them. And then, you know what they did? All the women in that coastal rural village of Bangladesh, they decided to go on for a no-cooking strike. It was decided. And it's a fisherman's village. How could they do? Go to fishing, all these men without food. They continued it for 3 days. Then the village leaders, all the public representatives came back to them, apologized to them, and it has never happened in that village after that. So this is the people's power. And that's what global citizenship education means to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chowdhury. We've now heard from all of our speakers, And in our 90-minute session, we're halfway through. So we're going to have some interactions here among members of the panel, trying to look more at how to move forward, what kind of actions are necessary now that issues have been identified. Then we will leave some time at the end for some questions from the floor, and that will give opportunities to people to ask things that have been discussed, or also if you think there have been any omissions, if you want to ask a question or if you have a concern which has not been addressed, that will be the opportunity. To begin our interaction, a whole series of issues have been raised. We've seen the issue of identity, issues of barriers, the need for key strategies, then this whole issue of education being an inalienable right, a non-negotiable principle. With that in mind, I'd like to go back to Ambassador Golly and ask him, in his experience in Sierra Leone, what are some of the key factors in looking forward, in driving forward in the context of education, and how can we bring civil society or NGOs into that fold?
Thank you very much. I think I can answer that question by going backwards in time to the Civil War time in my country, which was a very unfortunate time, 1992 to 2001, and the work of civil society, work of NGOs in various fields, not only in the political field, but insofar as education is concerned, some of the actions that were taken by women, for example, in terms of education, in terms of, it was a very difficult time in my country, and we were moving from the military sort of military dictatorship onto the period of democracy, when democracy actually took off. And you had a lot of situations where people were out in the streets and were organizing strikes to remove the government of the day, or the military government of the day, saying that enough was enough and we wanted democracy at, at the time. So NGOs played a very, very important part in the civil movement at that particular time in marshalling support for various strategies in education, in sending the children to school, in making sure that the children were literally looked after, picked up, the most basic things, fed, to make sure that they went to school regardless of the difficulties that we were facing at the time. So NGOs played a very, very important part in the at that particular time in my country's history. In the time of the Civil War as well, refugees, there were a lot of refugee issues. The movements, the NGO movements were wonderful in terms of the way that they ensured that the children still continue to have basic forms of education, etc. And that is why it's so good to involve NGOs, particularly in this drive. It's such an important aspect of what we are, what we are pushing forward, the ability of and getting the NGOs to be involved in some of these issues.
So effectively, there must have been the space for the NGOs to operate. There has to be a partnership with government in that context.
Well, yes, to a certain extent there was, but there was also a determination during the time of the military dictatorship moving on to the democratic movement. We were not going to allow, at the time, the government of that particular day, who, it was not particularly popular at the time, to prevent us from saying what we had to say and ensuring that life went on in terms of some of the basic needs of the population, particularly education.
Thank you. With that in mind, I'd like to ask Ms. Cho. We see here in the Republic of Korea, the government obviously has allowed that space for NGOs to operate. What can NGOs do with the government in partnership with other groups to increase that space to have greater impact?
예, 원래 정책은 뒤에 따라오는 거기 때문에 현장보다 뒤에 따라올 수밖에 없습니다. 그래서 그 모든 것들을 설득해내고 그다음에 정책을 다시 바꿔야 되는 게 NGO의 사명이고 역할인데요. 그 외국인 노동자가 처음에 들어왔을 때는 사실 노동자로서의 권리가 안 되었고 그다음에 탈북자가 왔을 때는 그냥 남한식으로 적응하라고 어떤 이런 부분들이 이분들한테 굉장히 어려움을 더 가중시키게 되었습니다. 그래서 저희 그 NGO에서는 이들의 고유한 개성과 특징을 좀 포함해서 좀 더 다른 이들에게 맞는 그런 교육 과정을 개설해야 된다. 처음에는 이제 약간의 이제 그 지원을 해주는 걸로 정부가 그 역할을 다했다고 생각하고 있는 것 같았습니다. 그래서 계속 언론 작업도 하고 NGO들끼리 모아서 이게 얼마나 의미가 있는지 그리고 북한 출신에게 남한 교육을 그냥 시키는 게 과연 옳은 것인가? 라는 근본적인 문제들을 계속 끊임없이 얘기를 해서 이 아까 이제 선생님들께서 앞에서 얘기했듯이 안전하고 포용 가능한 어떤 그런 틀이 굉장히 중요하다고 했는데 사실 이제 많은 어려움을 겪은 사람, 불안정하고 굉장히 압박당한 사람한테는 안전하다는 느낌이 가장 중요했습니다. 그래서 이런 시설까지 불안정하면은 굉장히 더 어렵기 때문에 그런 부분들을 갖추려고 했고 그 다음에 어떤 학력인가라는 학력을 인정받지 않으면 검정고시를 쳐야 되는데 그러면 이분들한테 중요한 심리적인 치유나 교육이 불가능했습니다. 그래서 탈북 청소년이나 아니면 그 외국인 그 노동자의 자녀나 이런 아이들을 교육하는 공간은 약간 수준이 낮더라도 그러니까 그 어떤 하드웨어를 잘 갖추지 못했을지라도 인가를 내주는 그렇게 제도를 변화하고 그걸 같이 협력해서 정부하고 얻어냈고 지금은 약간의 지원을 더 이렇게 만들어내는 역할까지 하게 되었습니다.
Thank you very much. That's very encouraging to hear. I'd like to now move to Ms. Chowdhury because you also raised the issues of institutions which have just been mentioned. You were talking about institutions at the local level where civil society had a significant impact. How would you suggest those institutions or those experiences at that level can be scaled up? Can they be translated into other areas? Can systems be put in place?
Yeah, it's possible, but three things have to be kept in mind. One is the context, which is very important. Our contexts are different in different countries. And the commitment of the national government or local government or public representatives. We call it 3C, context, commitment, and the capacity. Capacity to deliver, capacity to understand, and capacity to monitor and help people. These are the things that are important if we really want to replicate or scale up. But these are already scaled up, as you know, through our microfinance mechanisms and NGOs in Bangladesh. These are already scaled up in many areas. But there could be South-South cooperation, as mentioned by the speakers this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, with that in mind, I would like to ask Ms. Bass what the UN can do to facilitate this process. Obviously, the UN is very committed to these things. It's often involved in capacity development. What else can it do more specifically to encourage civil society and governments to work together with other players?
Thank you. I would say the reverse. What can NGOs do for the United Nations? Some suggestions and ideas I do have, but I do really hope we will have time to have an interaction with the audience here. However, we see the United Nations has three main pillars, three very important columns that can support the roof of the world.
One. The first one is peace and security. The second column is human rights. And the third one, where I work, is development. Development of policies and the norms in the economic, social, environmental, and cultural dimensions. Therefore, if the NGO community can follow the debate that is taking place at international level and translate it day by day at local and national level, I think that this is a partnership that needs to be strengthened. And though rights are very important, rights without strong social policy frameworks at national level, if these social policy frameworks are not put in existence at national level, rights cannot be implemented. They remain law, pieces of law written in books in the shelves. So the lady earlier on said, policy changes, action, and we need frameworks. I couldn't agree more. This is our role. So please, NGOs, share with us your experiences. Share with us what needs to be done. Share your knowledge with us. We will try then to elaborate your knowledge and share it in ways of providing advice to governments. That's my role. I have to listen to all stakeholders and translate what I hear into possible advice we give to governments through our mechanisms, internal mechanisms, one of which is called the Commission for Social Development that meets every February in the United Nations and gives advice to the Economic and Social Council that then elaborates our recommendations into the General Assembly of the UN, and member states, 193 member states there discuss, and they decide if our advice, our recommendations that include also your knowledge are acceptable or need to be elaborated. And then there, they decide if these recommendations can become resolutions, therefore mandates. So we need your support in this. And actually, later on, if you wish, we can discuss how we can together organize particular special events for the next Commission on Social Development in February 2017. Sorry it took long, but I really wanted to say this. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. I think it's a very valid point. I mean, I'm also working in the UN system, and one thing we lack is good practices from civil society, clearly documented as good evidence that we can take to policymakers. So that is a partnership we need. With that in mind, and that brings us within the realm of global citizenship education, because we try to have a framework within which to work, I'd like to ask Dr. Kim how that framework, how it can work, and how we can at the same time promote identities, because there's a tension there. We have the Korean example of, you have the Korean identity you don't want to lose. How can you keep promoting global citizenship education in that context?
In the past in Korea, we tried to teach students to be proud that Korea is a one ethnic nation. But nowadays, we try to teach students from the perspective of multicultural education, because recently we have a growing population of international persons, multi-ethnic populations, about 2 million multi-ethnic populations in Korea, and we have more than 100,000 multi-ethnic students. So nowadays, we cannot say, oh, God, you should be proud of that we are one ethnic nation, because we have many multi-ethnic students. That's why in the past, we try to teach students on the basis of politics or community of identity, But nowadays, it cannot work anymore because we have many multi-ethnic students, multi-ethnic populations. That's why the government tried to, retrain teachers to teach students from the multicultural perspectives. But nowadays, still many, Korean populations are not accustomed to that kind of, new, paradigm of multicultural educations. So that's why we try to educate, students and the population of all Korean citizens from the perspective of multicultural education. Where we try to educate them, global citizenship education. Try to see, everything from the multicultural perspectives. So actually, we are struggling with that kind of problem nowadays. That's it. Thank you.
You may be struggling, but at least there are policies, there are initiatives in place, and that's definitely a step in the right direction. With this in mind, I'd like to move to, or rather back to Mr. Ogburn. You too mentioned things about identity, but also responsibility in the context of risk-taking. It's a risk to go outside your comfort zone, and a comfort zone is often determined by your identity with a group. So what kind of values can be inculcated to encourage risk-taking, especially among young people? And what kind of structures can promote that?
Thank you very much, Marco. That's a great question. And as I was listening to the other panelists talk, it's a truth that you all know, but sometimes I don't think of it all the time, which is that values are really an inherent component of any kind of education system, whether it's formal or informal or relational as well. So we have a tremendous responsibility, if that's the case then, to have values-based education. And also in context of risk-taking, it's really shocking every time I say it to any audience. 10 years ago, when I served here earlier, it was very shocking to talk about how there can be really, really positive benefits from being part of a very global and interconnected world. And 30 years ago, when I first served here, it was kind of shocking when I talked about different ways of doing business and different ways of relating to one another, in particular ways in which you relate to one another on a more equal basis, a more egalitarian, and a more socially flat basis. Made people feel kind of uncomfortable then. 10 years ago when I talked about globalization, it made people feel a little bit uncomfortable. So this is about the newer way that I'm talking about discomfort, but I've tried to link it to global citizenship. So a couple of days, for example, I was in a really neat area, Mokpo, one of the provincial areas in the southwestern part of Korea, and was speaking to students at a middle school in a fairly isolated area. And the message to them was, even though they are in a rural area, they don't necessarily have all the advantages that would be readily apparent for equivalent kids in maybe Gangnam, in southern Seoul. They were already being prepared thanks to their teachers who had been through wonderful teacher training programs, thanks to Dr. Kim and his colleagues. But I just did stress that the extra aspect of being able to have shock absorbers in your life and to actually be proud of things, of roads not taken, and things that didn't quite work out exactly the way they planned. Because ultimately, it's only through micro failures and it's only through having a system that supports access to education, that supports the chance for people who might not have the same equal abilities that you can have success in society. So we focus on other areas as well. For example, one thing that I didn't mention was, as Korea is an aging society, so the education system is really trying to adapt and become much more flexible and endorse lifelong learning. There are other populations that have always been in Korea, just as they've always been in other societies, whether LGBT or physically challenged or perhaps mentally challenged. And by offering them equal access and a safe place to learn, they can actually increase the prosperity of Korea as a whole.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to touch upon the economic argument. I mean, it is good business to be more inclusive. I think we can all acknowledge that. With that in mind, if we could wrap up with Mr. Knotts responding to how can we make transcending these challenges within the context of gender identity, how can we make that good business? Do you have examples which we can then translate into other contexts?
Okay, I want to raise one other issue. I will respond to your question, but there's actually a pamphlet in the exhibit hall at the moment, and it's about the Japanese textbooks. And the Japanese textbooks, the curriculum guidelines, state here, everyone is attracted to the opposite sex at puberty. Everyone. Well, that's not true for me, and it's not true from some other people that I could point to in this audience. So, and they change their textbooks apparently every 10 years in Japan. So this is the time that they could actually make an adaptation in their textbook to reflect reality, which is that not everybody is attracted to the opposite sex at puberty. And yes, when you have more diversity, and I'm not sure if I can point to a transgender model, but I just was listening to a webinar on NYU webinar courses, and they were talking about the lack of women in STEM, in technology. And they actually talked about when they designed the artificial heart, it was designed by men, and when they put these artificial hearts in women, it didn't work, it was too big. And if they'd had women as part of the design of the artificial heart, they might have adapted for that difference. And again, when I was doing what Robert was doing, and I was in the Foreign Service, I worked for the State Department, we had diversity classes, and we were taught over and over again, if we have greater diversity of opinion, the outcomes are better. And so when you have a lot of people at the table, men, women, black, white, gay, straight, you know, a lot of people at the table, and you can get different points of view, you avoid mistakes, and you get better outcomes. And you don't wind up with textbooks that says everybody's attracted to the opposite sex, when clearly that's not true. So sign the petition and get the Japanese to change their textbooks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knotts. Obviously, a key thing there is that whole thing about dialogue, because if we increase dialogue, if we have education, we get that negotiation of ideas, then we can enhance global citizenship education. We have between 20 and 25 minutes left, and it would be good to hear some questions from the floor. Please keep them brief. Please address them to a specific individual, or if it's a generic one, that will be okay. We will try and think of who could answer. We're looking for questions, not statements. I'm afraid we don't have time for statements. So short questions. We'll have a round of 3 questions. These will be responded to, and then hopefully we'll have time for more rounds. So the first question, please. I understand you're meant to walk to a microphone. If you're near a microphone, please give the question.
Hello, my name is Jinuk Jung. I'd like to give a question to Ms. Bass. How can NGO cooperate with UN? This is my question.
Thank you. Very short and sweet question. We'll wait a moment. We'll get 2 more questions, and then we'll have answers. So another question, please.
Thank you. My name is Po Yun Soo, and my question is about how can we overcome the cultural relativism in making the education for the global citizenship?
Thank you. And one more question?
Yeah, it's an honor to have a question. My name is Oh Chan-hyun from Korea University. I have a question to Ms. Cho Myung-suk. I know you've tried to help and heal the young North Korean defectors from physiological shock by using a diverse curriculum such as art therapy. I want to hear the real stories The first question is what the young North Korean defectors think about South Korea when they first arrive here in South Korea. And the second question is, what was or is the most difficult challenges you faced when you try to heal the young defectors from the heavy physiological shock? Thank you.
Thank you for those three questions. So, Ms. Bass, if you could respond to the first question on the NGO UN Corporation.
Thank you. The United Nations has headquarters in all the 5 continents, what we call regions at the United Nations. One is, I think, in Thailand, right, ESCAP. Another one is in Nairobi, Africa. Another one is in Santiago del Chile, Latin America. 2 are in Europe, Vienna and Geneva, and then New York, where I am based. I'm saying this so that everybody, depending on the region where you live, could get in touch directly with the headquarters of the United Nations offices in these regions to start with, in these continents to start with. When it comes to New York, and we have the major big gatherings of the United Nations Secretariat, we work mainly with non-governmental organizations that are accredited to ECOSOC. So they go through a process, they're cleared, and then they become accredited to the United Nations. Often these organizations, of non-governmental organizations, are big ones, have affiliates and branches all over the world. So you can, through them, have access to the United Nations if you are not accredited. And in that way, we can start having a collaboration. It's a very complicated world, the one of the United Nations, see? But I think that this would be the fastest way through NGOs that are already accredited to the UN. They will show you then the way. And then we can have events, conversations, debates, fora in the various regions or at the United Nations headquarters. We can interview you, we can release your interviews in our websites, in our newsletters. This is a way of collaborating together. We also provide technical service and technical cooperation and capacity building services by coming to you and sharing with you our knowledge so that you can keep sharing it with others. There are many mechanisms. These are some of the few.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Notz may want to add to that.
Well, taking it from an NGO perspective, and of course what Ms. Das says about the UN, it is a complicated environment, but your relationship with the United Nations is a two-way street. One of it is talking to the United Nations and getting the United Nations to do what you want them to do as far as being an NGO. But probably a much more important direction is to take the SDGs, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals and other UN policies, and convince your governments to implement them. I mean, all the governments have signed on to the SDGs, but we know that they're not just going to automatically implement all of these things. So it's going to take civil society to push our governments to really truly implement these SDGs to the fullest. There were actually a lot of implementing mechanisms that were discussed during the process of formulating the SDGs, and some of those accountability mechanisms were stripped out by member states. They didn't want that much accountability. So how do we hold governments accountable? That's the NGOs, that's civil society going to our governments and say, okay, you signed, you agreed, you have a consensus agreement on these SDGs. When are you going to fulfill your obligations under Goal 4 for education and all of the other goals? Thank you.
Thank you. So the second question, though, is how to overcome cultural relativism in the context of global citizenship education. Do we have a volunteer to respond? Maybe Dr. Kim, you spoke about it. Would you like to respond?
Actually, I talk about community of identity should be replaced with community of difference. That means I think we have to tolerate the different cultures, even though you don't like the culture. That's the first stage of multicultural education, I think. The second stage is to positively approve the different cultures. But I think it's not easy to change people from negative to positive. But anyway, I think there's a second stage of multicultural education. And the last stage, I think we have to think about to make different cultures to be a better direction of human emancipation. I think if different cultures meet together and they talk a lot and they spend a long time together, then they can make, I think, kind of another new culture in which we can enjoy each other, where you can enjoy more freedom and more human dignity. I don't know whether we can make it or not, but I think that's the direction we have to pursue through this kind of meetings. Yeah, thank you.
That's a very valuable aspiration. But I think you're pointing towards what Ms. Cho said earlier about turning anger into healing. I think anger is a pretty universal sentiment. So there are obviously values which we see across countries, energies which we can use for positive purposes. With that in mind, maybe Ms. Cho, you want to respond to the question related to what the young North Koreans think and what is difficult to change. How can you heal them?
예, 그 탈북 청소년들이 처음에 한국에 왔을 때는 본인이 한국에 와야 된다고 생각하는 아이들은 거의 없습니다. 부모에 의해서 비자발적으로 탈북했기 때문에 한국에 와서는 사실은 이제 한국인으로서의 정체성이 아직 없죠. 우리도 엄마 따라서 부모 따라서 미국에 이민 가면은 가자마자 내가 미국 사람이라고 생각하지 않지 않습니까? 그러면 살아가면서 정체성을 갖게 되는데 그 사이에 만약에 이곳에서 이제 적응하기 힘들고 자기가 배제되고 소외당하면 굉장히 분노가 쌓이게 되는 거죠. 게다가 같은 민족인데 누구는 이렇게 너무 어려운 과정을 겪어서 오고 여긴 너무 잘 살고 그랬을 때 분노가 굉장히 쌓이게 됩니다. 그리고 이제 그 인생에서 이렇게 나눠서 써야 될 에너지를 이제 한국에 입국하면서 다 써버려 가지고 이 아이들이 굉장히 무기력증에 빠져 있는 부분도 있습니다. 이거는 다른 나라의 난민들하고도 같은 이런 특색이 있는데요. 근데 탈북자로서 더 있는 거는 뭐냐면 이 그 분노감이 좀 더 있는 것 같아요. 그리고 자존감이 굉장히 낮습니다. 그래서 북한에서의 어떤 교육의 어떤 결과물인 것 같은데요. 그 자존감이 낮아서 본인이 귀하다, 뭐 사랑받을 존재다 이런 거를 잘 모릅니다. 분노를 느끼는 것도 그런 부분들이 굉장히 컸어요. 그리고 이제 더 잘 살아보고자 하는 그런 것보다는 나는 그런 사람이야 이렇게 막 놔버리고 그리고 이제 그런 경우들이 많았는데 그럴 때는 저희들이 굉장히 밀착해서 끌어안아주고 또 이제 부모가 오히려 보호자로서의 역할을 못했기 때문에 무시하는 경우들도 있습니다. 그래서 부모의 짐을 좀 덜어주면서 부모를 이해시키고 그리고 더 중요한 것은 얼마나 본인이 소중한 존재인지를 끊임없이 계속 지속적으로 옆에서 알려줘야 되는 거죠. 그래서 이게 어떤 한순간의 캠페인이나 이벤트로는 안 되고 지속적인 교육으로서 계속 그렇게 해야 된다는 것이 있고 치유가 각종 이 아이들한테 어떤 아이들은 미술 치료가 맞고 근데 탈북자들은 거의 유물론에서 살았기 때문에 그냥 얘기하고 상담하는 것보다 자기 상태가 어떤지 눈으로 보는 게 굉장히 중요했습니다. 그래서 미술 치료나 이렇게 여러 가지 예술 치료들을 많이 해서 교육과 치료가 같이 들어가고 거기에다 보호도 같이 이제 들어가는 부분들이 아이들을 빨리 바꾸는 그런 방법이었습니다. 예.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very helpful approach. Mr. Notz earlier came out with the statements about bullying. I think these all are connected. There's the anger inside young people. Maybe it's a lack of self-esteem, which is then projected to others. So part of education is addressing that, getting collective values which can lead to greater harmony. And now we have another round of questions. So if you'd like to address one of the panelists, I see a hand up over there. Please, could you go to the microphone?
Thank you very much for your presentation and for impacting extra knowledge to us. I am Ashi Anoma, KDI student. I want to know if at the level of the UN or the NGO, if there is a recovery mechanism for young girls who are driven out of their homes because of pregnancy, and to that effect, they have to drop out of school. And in the long run, the children they will give birth to will still not go to school. So we have like 3 problems. Family problem, the child who has to drop out of school because she has to give birth to a child, and this child which will come to life and will not go to school. So at the UN level or the NGO level, is there a recovery policy for such situations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another question?
My name is Ann Wright. I'm from the United States, and I'd like to ask for a comment on how you teach global citizenship when we have political leaders who are using racist and biased terms and policies, really. And in particular, right now, we find in the United States that our political leaders are using racist and horrible statements about peoples from other parts of the world. And I know that's happened in other countries, but here in the United States now, we find that as one of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you. And a further question? It looks like we're going to have we'll have to be speeding them up, but if you could be short with your questions.
I'll try and make it short. This is addressed to Ms. Chowdhury and Ms. Bas. I was really excited when you all were talking about alternate education, informal education. I work for a large community of adults with intellectual disabilities. And so we have found a solution. But my question is it possible when you're looking at alternate communities, if you can give a little more focus to people, adults particularly with intellectual disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you. And the final question.
Thank you very much. Araya from KDI School. My question is to the ambassador of Sierra Leone, as well as to Ms. Bass. Actually, we have possibilities to see some events in Africa, like they need to change the constitutions in order to stay in power. So do you believe that staying in power for a long time and adjusting the constitution helps us to improve the education access for Africa is my question. Second one is to Ms. Bass. Do we expect such sufficient fund to support education to address all the community who are interested to enjoy the benefit of school is my second question. Thank you very much.
I'll make it really quickly. I'm Becca Zhang from Teachers Association. And I would like to ask UN, and I would like to ask some experience from Ms. Cho. Because when we are talking about the right, and especially we are talking on education and more focusing on global citizenship education, which is value-added point. So it's going to be really important to guarantee NGOs the financial sustainability. So how can you make it comparable to keeping their identity, talking on value-added issues, and then also guarantee the financial sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you. We may not be able to answer all questions. We'll do what we can. The first question, though, I think maybe Ms. Chowdhury, would you like to talk about the young girls who are pregnant and then lack of access to education?
I have a question.
I'm afraid we don't have time. I'm terribly sorry.
Yes.
But we don't have time. Thank you. Would you like to answer, Ms. Chowdhury, quickly on that question about the cycle of pregnancy and being out of school for certain people?
Yeah. We have to work at 3 levels, actually, at family level, because this is where the challenges start, because they are not accepted by the family and the societal level. And then institutional care, particularly at the school, where bullying, etc., might take place. But the more social stigma is there, then we have to work on educating or making aware the support structures that are being in place by the government, particularly health extension workers, those who work at that level. So this is institutional support and family support, both we need.
Thank you very much. The next question, I think, Mr. Ogden, could you respond to these tensions in terms of racial issues within the US and related matters? You didn't quite get the question.
I'm sorry, I was very foolishly chatting with Brewster. And what was the heart of your question? It's too hard for you to come back up.
In the meantime, I think we'll have to move on to the next question, which was about adults with disabilities. I think that was directed again to Ms. Chowdhury and Ms. Bass. Maybe a very quick comment from each of you.
Marco, if you don't mind, I will just give you a generic answer, trying to cover as much ground as I can, and then later on I make myself available. Look, you have an example. The Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, my boss, he showed by example what education means. It means overcoming prejudices. It means trying to overcome stigma. It means try to change behavior of people. How do you do that? If you include everybody, if everybody has access to the United Nations. He decided, for instance, that he wanted to have a director, me, who is a woman, and we know how much Mr. Ban Ki-moon promotes gender balance with a disability, okay? So he showed by example that the system is inclusive, is accessible, and hopefully sustainable. Sustainable if they keep renewing my contract, but that's another story. So what I'm trying to say here is that even in your organizations, really try to have a diversified group of people, of people who you employ, indigenous people, persons with various kinds of disability, men and women, younger or older, it doesn't matter, so that we educate by really having an impact on including everybody. We show by example. The same applies to governments. Make sure as NGOs that at government level, at various levels, municipality, local, national, etc., all representatives of the society really fully participate in the decision-making actions, okay? So they can bring their voices higher up at international level and then lower down to the grassroots level through you NGOs. Make sure that you have representatives in your governments who have a disability, men and women, who are indigenous peoples, who are older and wiser maybe, or younger and wiser maybe. So let's make sure that we educate also our governments through you by changing their mindset. Okay, so behavior at grassroots level needs to change to overcome stigma and prejudices and share, therefore, new ways of educating the society, not only through the formal means, as I said, and make sure that this will have an impact also at government level for governments to change their mindsets and utilize all kinds of media you have, from puppeteers in the countryside to the radio, television, any kind of media, social media, wherever there is internet, okay? They also shape the society. They allow us to have a conversation that goes from bottom and from bottom up, and media needs also to be trained and educated to change the terminology it uses and stereotypes and that they keep using by promoting wrong language or wrong. I'll give you an example. Often I hear bound to the wheelchair. No, the wheelchair gives me freedom to move. It doesn't bound me. So we really have to change mindset and to educate at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I may just
it'll have
add
to be very short,
thing.
very
Yeah,
short comments
short.
to help me wrap up.
I'll be very quick.
Madam
First,
Bass
Ms.
has
Chowdhury, then Mr. Lott.
already said most of the things with regard to intellectual or whatever form of disability. It's not only practice change, not only systems and structures, but policies. In many countries, there are policies which says that the education of the disabled is part of the mandate of the Ministry of Social Welfare, not the Ministry of Education. So there is a question of still welfare attitude to disabled people. It has to be under rights framework. That's it.
And last word here, a lot of the problems, all the problems that we're talking about could be solved with one word: money. We need to invest much more money in education. We starve our educational systems. We spend so much more money on so many other things, not nearly enough on education. If we paid our teachers enough, if we put enough money into infrastructure, and that's how this country got to where it is. It invested in its education system, it invested in its teachers, in its institutions, and in its students, and that's how it got the development that it earns today. And that's what every country around the world needs to do.
Thank you very much. Well, apologies that we have not had time to answer all questions. I think we've had a very stimulating discussion. It's brought forth a lot of emotion, a lot of energy. I hope this then is taken through to the rest of the conference. I would like to thank each and every one of the panelists, if we can give them a round of applause. Also, thank you very much to the organizers, and thanks to you, the audience.
네, 약 15분 뒤에 이어서 라운드 테이블 2가 진행될 예정이 오니 원하시는 분들께서는 자리에 앉아서 조금만 기다려 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희가 15분 뒤에 바로 두 번째 라운드테이블이 예정되어 있어서요. 여기 연사분들을 만나고 싶으신 분들께서는 연사분들께서 바깥으로 이동하실 예정이니까 바깥에서 대화를 나누시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting roundtable 2 in 10 minutes, so we'd really appreciate it if you meet the speakers outside in the lobby for roundtable 1. Thank you.
저희 잠시 안내 방송 드리겠습니다. 두 번째 라운드 테이블이 곧 5분 후에 시작할 예정이니 내빈 여러분께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll soon begin roundtable 2. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay, good, thanks. My name is Maher Nasser. I'm the director of the Outreach Division in the UN Department of Public Information. That's the division where the NGO relations is. That's the division that actually behind organizing this conference. And I would like to welcome you, all of you who are staying for Roundtable 2. And it was very heartening to see the large number of participants in the first roundtable and still in the second roundtable. This roundtable, as many of you are familiar with STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but the name here, they've added arts because, again, I think it has been noticed that sometimes people with an arts background come up with very interesting ideas for solutions, even in the sciences. For those of you who haven't had a chance, I really encourage all of you to go and visit the exhibit space. I just took a round there, and you'll find many things of experiences and things to show and share from the NGOs that are participating and others. But now I would like to hand over the session to the moderator, Dr. Yoonhee Jung, who is the Executive Director of International Virtual Schooling, IVICA. Yoonhee, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm very honored to be a moderator for this session and having very distinguished speakers with me. So here, I'm going to introduce our session, and let me talk about this theme. Our Roundtable 2's theme should power the SDGs. Expanding opportunities for scientific training is an essential component of economic development for all nations. Science, technology, engineering, art, and math, or STEAM, is an interdisciplinary learning model that offers new opportunities for creating sustainable models of production and consumption. Public health, urban design and infrastructure, water distribution, and food and energy production. But there are some problems. Despite these multiple benefits, STEAM faces critical, interlinked financing and access gaps. Science, technology, engineering, and math are subordinately difficult to access for many in developed countries, and in particular for girls. The technology gap and financing for it grows exponentially in developing countries and is particularly acute for marginalized groups. Art and design in their purest form also suffer from a lack of investment, leaving questions about the value governments and communities put on creative thinking as a driver for innovation and problem solving. So this roundtable will explore practical investment, policy, and advocacy strategies to expand access to science, technology, engineering, art and math education that leaves no one behind and proactively reaches out to girls and women. Second, best practice examples of STEAM education and information provided to socially and culturally vulnerable people, including girls, women, and minorities, will be presented, highlighting how innovation can help confront the most pressing current research challenges facing the SDGs. Examples of how art and design can be deployed to spark innovation in scientific and engineering context will also be offered. Advances in information and communication technology that offer major new opportunities for delivery of innovative STEAM curricula to schools and educational centers around the world, rich and poor, will be discussed. So I will run this session having 3 groups of speakers. And then at the end, we are going to discuss about how we are going to promote STEAM access to fight for gender equality and reducing inequality and empowering women. And then what is the future direction? And actually, currently we are using advances of ICT, how this can offer us to promote STEAM education to sustainable development achievement to everybody in the world. So the first speaker we have Ms. Safira Remishifar. And before we go here with her, I want to ask some questions to audience. So the way we are going to run this session is going to be more interactive, and we want to engage your ideas and thoughts. Who can talk about your understanding of global citizen? What characteristics and skills or competencies global citizen should have? Can anybody talk about it? I know you cannot shout because it's too big conference room, so if you want to speak about it, you have to come to the microphone. Is anybody here? So actually, there's one person.
Well, I'm sorry. Just as Mr. Pan Ki-moon shared today morning, I think passion and compassion are the 2 factors that the youth leaders around the world should have. Yes.
Compassion, passion. That's very good. So thank you so much for your brilliant ideas and then some of the Secretary General's speech today. How about our speakers? Is there anybody who wants to talk about your understanding? Oh, yeah, okay. Mr. Wang.
Thank you. Uni asked me this question earlier, and I struggled to answer it. But for me, there's 2 key things about global citizenship. I think one is about taking responsibility, and secondly, and more importantly, acting on global challenges and opportunities. Thank you.
So actually we are very close to each other. We happen to call the first name with each other. I don't know if you know about this culture. In Korea, you never call first name in the very official stage, right? But in America and other countries, if you call just last name, continue it, they feel like, oh my God, they don't like me, right? So we kind of arrange the way we call each other. So we are going to follow some universal role for the UN conference. So we are going to call somebody by their title, but most of them, they would like to call each other by name. I hope you are not surprised. Okay, so Jonathan is talking about some global citizenship to be more technology and science matter, economic aspect, right? And then I also watched the TED talk, and somebody was saying global citizenship, somebody just mentioned, is compassion. If you're a global citizen, you should do some action to help people in difficult situations. If you think this is a very good concept of global citizenship, can you raise your hand? 1, 2. And others? It's all about getting a good job, making a good money, and economic growth? Globally competitive? Actually, that's true. In America, they say global competency. They are trying to compete to be better than others. They call global competency. But throughout this session, I want you to keep thinking what global citizenship means exactly. There should be some component. When TED Talk speakers talk about global citizenship to be making an action to help others, And then somebody, the audience in the underserved areas, what she talked about was, how about us? We are in such a difficult situation. We cannot help others, then we cannot be a global citizen. So here's a question. So I hope you can keep thinking about the concept of global citizen. And then now we have distinguished presenter. So Safira is gonna talk about her thought as a youth, how she understands global citizenship, what is the important component in it. So she is NGO representative to the United Nations of the Baha'i International Community. So she's gonna speak.
Thank you, Uni. So the implementation of Agenda 2030 and the SDGs is far-reaching in its scope and world-embracing in its vision. And it will require increased capacity to be built in a growing number of individuals, communities, and institutions with the ultimate objective of promoting universal participation in the construction of a prosperous world civilization. Education is central to the process of capacity building. So education for global citizenship should develop in each of us a rich and deepening consciousness of the oneness of humankind. A civilization befitting our humanity will not emerge through the efforts exerted by a select group of people. Rather, the challenge to construct a better world must be faced by all of humanity. Every member of the human family has not only the right to benefit from a vibrant and prosperous civilization, but also the obligation to contribute towards its construction. While our approach to education should be lifelong, and all generations should be working shoulder to build a better world, it is our youth who are most impacted by educational processes. Education for global citizenship must therefore help young people not just to cope with the world, but to transform it for the better. They need access to an education that sharpens their critical thinking, that trains their mind to assess their local context and their reality, to engender scientific thought and approach, to enkindle the sensibilities of the higher nature, and to allow their creative faculties to flourish. If approached with an appropriate framework in mind, one that gives due consideration to the true nature of a human being and the ultimate purpose of education, the STEAM model, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, shows promise in strengthening the implementation of the SDGs and beyond. So I wanted to open our roundtable by sharing some principles that underpin this STEAM model. So let's first look at science. We cannot solve the world's problems without an understanding of what created them in the first place. With scientific training, we can observe reality, note patterns, formulate robust theories, and draw on reliable evidence. Scientific thinking can assist us in abandoning frenetic behavior that does not examine the intended or unintended consequences of our choices and policies. So science is not just a subject to be studied, but it's a capacity of the mind. Then a look at technology reveals that it has never been more rapidly or widely proliferated. And young people around the world should have equal opportunities to access technology, to develop the skills to navigate current media, and to innovate technology that can contribute to the common good. As we conceive of new models of living sustainably, creativity and entrepreneurship in the arena of engineering will further open up. A holistic approach to the field of engineering, one that takes into account a deep and accurate understanding of human nature, could lead to profound social changes, deeply impactful on human well-being. And when we think about the arts, at some point in life, every human being must ask him or herself questions about the nature of existence. Why are we here? What is the meaning and purpose of life? What leads to happiness and well-being? So exposure to the arts, to the finest literature conceived by enlightened minds, to beautiful art created by dexterous hands, to soul-stirring music, Art has the ability to transcend the ordinary to the sublime. And our young should not only be exposed to the very best that has been created over time, but should also develop the skill set themselves to add to the rich canopy of human experience, offering a contribution that can transcend time and space and have a lasting impact on humanity. And finally, mathematics. Numeracy provides a shared language of numbers and symbols that connects us with people across continents and across time. It could be synonymous to a universal language, and it's a very visible manifestation of the interconnectedness and oneness of humanity. So in order to bring about a world characterized by universal participation, education must go beyond training and information. It must build volition and capacity, allowing people to develop their inner talents while simultaneously nurturing their desire and ability to use them for the advancement of their communities. Education must not be limited to a conceptual framework that regards it in terms of input and output, or that treats children merely as future workers. If we are provided with skills to make change, but do not know how to channel those skills, what good is education to begin with? And we only have to look at our history as a species, or the news in every country, to understand that we all have latent powers for construction, but also for destruction. True education for global citizenship will develop in our youth a conviction that honor and happiness lie not in the pursuit of wealth or power for their own sake, but in self-respect, noble purposes, in integrity and moral quality. And the road ahead, though paved with struggle and sacrifice, is exciting and full of promise, and we can scarcely begin to imagine the glory of a world civilization where individuals, institutions, and communities, harmonized by their noble aspirations, create the spaces and opportunities for all people to develop their talents. Thank you.
Thank you, Safira. That was very inspiring thought about global citizenship and involving harmony and happiness also, and humanity. Thank you so much. This is another component we need to think about when it comes to global citizenship. Now we have Honorable Excellency Ambassador Jun Oh. He is permanent representative of the Republic of Korea to the United Nations, and he also serves as a United Nations ECOSOC president. And we are going to hear about the UN's thought on global citizenship, and then what initiative or what structural framework UN has been providing to promote global citizenship.
Well, thank you very much, Shiuni. It's great to be here. I think, in my opinion, global citizenship has a lot to do with how we identify ourselves. When we start out in life, when we are a kid, we usually identify ourselves as a member of our family, our parents' child, and sisters and brothers. So that's the whole world we have when we are a child. But as we grow up, our identity zone expands, and then we make friends in school, in neighborhood, and then we consider ourselves as a member of a larger community, like school, same school, and neighborhood, hometown. And then at one point in our life, we learn to know that we are part of a state, a nation. It's pretty artificial, but that's what we have. You know, we have this institution called a state, a nation. Actually, nation is more in your blood. So we speak the same language, we share the blood, and we form a nation with these people. Nation and state are not necessarily the same. A state can have many nations, and one nation can be dispersed all over different states. But anyway, That's when we think about state, nation. In the past, I think that was enough. People didn't need to go beyond. But now we live in a globalized world, and we travel a lot. We communicate with people living in other countries. Most of us do that. So we need to have a larger identity. I think that's, when we consider ourselves as a part of humanity, that should be something called global citizenship. In the United Nations, global citizenship, especially education for global citizenship, is important in all three pillars of the United Nations. What are the three pillars of the United Nations? First pillar is peace and security. Second pillar is development. Third pillar is human rights. When the UN was created 70 years ago, I think the founding fathers of the United Nations were very wise and visionary. They realized that to maintain peace and security, security arrangements are not enough. You need to have a world where people are prosperous and people can enjoy human dignity. That's how the concept of development and human rights always come together in the work of the United Nations. So SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, we adopted last September. SDG number 4 is quality education. It is not only a standalone goal, but it is a cross-cutting issue because if you have a quality education that enables us to achieve other goals as well. That's why education is important. So when I go back to my first concept of identity, when we are trying to have a kind of a large identity like a member of humanity, I think education is important because we form our identity when we grow up, during our formative stage. That's where education matters, and education has the greatest impact in our life. So with all these new challenges, global challenges like violent extremism and terrorism and refugee issues, it is all the more important to have global citizenship and to promote this concept through education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very, thank you. Our speakers keep thanking. So thank you so much for your United Nations understanding of global citizenship. It is very inspiring about the identity, our identity should go broader, not just on your state, but also to the world. And then education will promote this identity to grow and also impact on our life. And the United Nations try to promote this idea throughout the UN's mission, and then so that SDG can be achieved. So here, I have some questions for our two distinguished presenters. And first of all, I was very much inspired by Safira about including humanity. Actually, Ambassador also included humanity into global citizenship. And could you please share your experience, even in the individual level? Because having humanity and holistic approach to have global citizenship seems to be very much of a core of being global citizen. And if you have any story you can share about some individual who actually build up their global citizenship in a way more sensitive to others, not only just seeing the world in a global fashion. So could you please share that? Thank you.
Yeah, so I can share a story, a little example about this. The work of the Baha'i community around the world really focuses on the local context, and it has a long-term vision about empowering a community to deal with all dimensions of development. And it requires us to build capacity And so our efforts often start at a small scale, and they start with education as a foundation of community building. So I've been doing some work with a junior youth empowerment program, which is a community-based education program for adolescents between the ages of 12 and 15. And it's implemented at the local level. Often groups of around 10 to 20 young people will come together in a neighborhood setting. It could be at a community center or in a local park or even in someone's home. And the purpose of the program is to empower these adolescent youth to contribute to the betterment of the community. So it equips them with the knowledge, the skills, and the attitudes to do so effectively. And so they read stories about other young people from various cultures around the world, and they learn through their stories and their experiences, and they explore a value-based and moral kind of life lesson approach to that. And so STEAM is a critical part of bringing this program to life. So through the books, the young people learn about a scientific approach to reading their own social reality. And then from there, they use the arts to come up with a creative community service project to influence their own spheres, their own local contexts. And these service projects, although they're small for 12-year-olds, they start small and they learn through doing. And they learn through a series of iterations, and their projects grow in complexity. So a couple of very small examples of what these young people are doing. For example, in Australia, when we talk about social development, often young people think, well, there's not much for me to do. You know, there's clean water, we've got a strong education system, we've got a strong health system. But through consultation and really observing their social reality, a lot of the young people in the group realized that they shared common challenges to do with racial discrimination, very subtle microaggressions at school. And so they decided to do something about it. And they thought that a first port of call would be to bring their families together and really have an intimate conversation about it. So they had a little multicultural lunch where they brought their family and their neighbors together and to really discuss about racial unity. And so from that starting point of a small conversation, they then started to contribute in other artistic ways. They wrote to their local newspaper, they started to put together artistic presentations to share in a local talent show. And so the fullness of the process, going from observing their social reality to be able to do something about it, to observe and to care, really starts to develop in them the qualities and the characteristics of being a citizen of a local community. And this happens in many, many different contexts. So, for example, in India, young people did a similar thing looking at road safety and raising awareness. And so they went about talking to people in the streets about road safety. For example, if you're not wearing a helmet, they would speak to these people about the consequences of that and how giving way to others and stopping at stoplights is important for the safety, not only of themselves, but of their whole community. And so they presented these people, when they spoke to them, they presented them with a red rose, explaining that they're a group of young people dedicated to the betterment of their communities. And this rose is a gift and a reminder that we hope others will join them in working for the betterment of their community as well. So these are some small examples of projects where young people, where the seeds have been planted for them to really think about their role in a local context as a global citizen. And it's had a very profound impact on their own identities and how they see themselves.
Thank you so much. So listening to you is like the little youth, kids, having some impact on community, local community. I would like to ask one question. I hope Mr. O could answer to this question. This local community have this youth engagement, and I think if we can bring up this youth to the global level, it will give more impact. So could you please talk about what UN, especially ECOSO, provide to have those all young people get together and promote their local impact to be more global?
Thank you. Well, even this morning, I think you all heard Secretary General Ban Ki-moon introducing Ahmed, where is he? He might be here, Secretary General, Special Envoy for Youth. He's about 30 now, so I don't know if he's still young, but he represents the youth of the world and very active. And we hold a meeting called Youth Forum every year, usually in February, under ECOSOC presidency. So ECOSOC presidency is me, so under my presidency, we held the recent one in February this year. And the forum had a record number of participants this year. We had 800 participants, and the enthusiasm and passion of participants growing every year. We see a lot of youth participants there. So I would encourage all the people here who consider themselves as youth, please try to participate in UN Youth Forum. Don't forget it. It takes place in February every year. And we have a seating arrangement according to which the representatives of member states and youth representatives sit next to each other. So we intentionally put youth representatives in between member states, ambassadors, and counselors, so that meeting can be more interactive. And it's a UN meeting, but it also has some music, some festivity, some form of it's very lively and very exciting occasion. So that's how we are doing. But that's just one of the things we are doing in the UN. We try to have civil society and especially youth representatives in almost every meeting of ECOSOC, at least, as far as I'm concerned. Because ECOSOC is, according to the UN Charter, is the channel for the outside world of the United Nations. So ECOSOC is one of the responsibilities of ECOSOC is to reach out to the world, to civil societies, to non-government players. So that's what we're doing.
Thank you so much. Actually, at the UN, there are lots of youth events going on. So United Nations, we really appreciate they try to promote youth influence on this SDG achievement. So thank you so much for introducing that UN's action and effort on that. Now let's talk about each nation's practices on STEAM education promotion to achieve SDGs together. So here we have distinguished speaker from Mexico, Mr. Virgilio Andrea Martinez. He is a Minister of Public Administration from Mexico.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. It's an honor for my country and for me to stay here and to speak in a new environment of NGOs and the development of a global citizen. I would like to start saying that for me, a global citizen is a citizen oriented to competition, but not at old-fashioned competition, which used to consist in defeat the other. The new era of competition is the capacity to resolve problems in cooperation. This is the new orientation that the global citizen should be instead of competition to defeat the others. So, said that, I would like to talk about what are the bases that Mexico is developing in order to establish an essential platform for the future development of a STEAM model. The base is the telecommunication reform. the telecommunication reform to break monopolies. Breaking monopolies is a signal of equality to attempt to create an equal environment for everybody, because monopolies is a sign of inequality in the access to the communication, and it's a very basic obstacle to develop global citizens. So telecommunication reform was the base to break monopolies and to create a very free, open networking of places to have access to internet. The second key in Mexico to establish the platform is a national digital strategy, which third strategy is precisely quality education, based on a new institution, new public agency, which name is Aprende, and the meaning is learning. Learning is the institutional platform to develop programs about STEAM models. We have this environment of situation of the telecommunications in Mexico. We have more than 50% as internet users, but we have to develop much more. So the telecommunication reform was very, very essential for this development of the future. We have the opportunity to reach and to have programs inside the time spent online that Mexicans spend, 5 hours a day. Thanks to the reform, prices lower and prices down according to the access to internet. So reform contributes to have a more equal environment for citizens. This is our numbers, but basically the idea is that prices and tariffs goes down for everybody, thanks to the broken of monopolies. This is the growth of internet users in Mexico, 31% during the last 2 years. So we enter really to a digital era in Mexico. According to the other side, the National Digital Strategy, we are developing two kinds of situations: institutions and tools. Institutions, the first one is Aprende, like I just said, to establish programs in the 5th dimensions of the STEAM model. But we have another kind of strategies. The Network of Mexico Connected, from 100,000 to 250,000 of places to have free access to internet. At the same time, at the basic education, a digital literacy program which emphasizes math and arts in the content, but through a digital ways. The third, Mexico X platform, is a medium-high education with programs in a digital size with 58 courses. The first courses is about math, management, and innovation, but we can, or we have the platform to develop the another fields of STEAM models. And finally, we have the development of the digital university, the UNADM. Today we have 89,000 students with an open and distance learning. So we transform the university in a digital way. The National University is a symbol of Mexican education, and according to the basis, the president created, through a decree, the open and distance learning with this National University. And finally, Digital Prospera is a program with the social development policy that we have in Mexico for the poverty. In Mexico, we have about 12 million people, which be attended by social programs, and one of these programs is through the development of digital channels for houses and for special towns for people, and the attention is for 7 million. Thank you very much for this base and essential speech. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Minister Andrea, for introducing Mexico's very auspicious policies in ICT and digital technology to promote STEAM and to achieve SDGs. Now we have Dr. Sungwon Kim, President, Korea Foundation for Advancement of Science and Creativity. He's going to talk about Korea's initiative to promote STEAM and his thought.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So, as you know, Korea rose from one of the poorest countries in the world to an economic power with the help of education and science technology. So the name STEAM itself was coined in Korea, and we are very happy to make a presentation on our best practice. Let me start with a recent match in Seoul between professional golf player Cedric Lee and this AI artificial intelligence program called AlphaGo, which was given a global media attention. So with this game and as its outcome, we came to realize that a world where human lives side by side, probably with artificial intelligence, is no longer a dream of the far future, but an immediate reality. According to the report of Davos Forum, innovations, including AI, will eventually result in the disappearance of many jobs, maybe more than 7 million jobs. Surprisingly, most of them white-collar jobs. The education must address these new social challenges, nurturing core capacities of the young in preparation for the future they will face 15 years or so down the road. Many of you may remember the Mark Watney, the hero of SF movie called Martian, left alone in Mars, and he had to be creative, solve the problems such as making water and growing potatoes by himself, just to survive. The future generations to live in such an ever-changing, unpredictable circumstances, a slew of 21st century skills, including creativity, persistence, motivation, should be taught and fostered through the well-designed courses. The good example is a STEAM education. It's initiated in Korea by the Ministry of Education and COFAC since 2011. As already you know, STEAM combines the STEM education with art. As Sapriya said, I'm expanding the horizon of human imagination and creativity beyond confinements of traditional boundaries. Its purpose is also to raise the interest of students in science and technology and motivate them by connecting interdisciplinary knowledge on real-world problems they will face in everyday lives. Here's one example of STEAM project included in a 5th grade in the science textbooks in Korea. This project enables students to design and develop a thermal by themselves, combining STAM component. In this process, they are expected to understand the concepts of heat and temperature and develop skills to apply this knowledge to real-world problems. Korea has been pioneer in STEAM education. MOE and COFAC has been supporting and implementing this education in schools for 5 years. We incubate about 290 leader schools, 757 teacher research groups, trained over 100,000 teachers and managers for STEAM. We developed about 500 types of STEAM educational contents, outreach programs, combined with the research and R&D development, also developed textbooks, included into school curriculum. Also, we've been supporting science classroom innovations and hosted many STEAM-related conferences and fairs nationwide. So the analysis of our experience of this STEAM's efficacy shows that there are rather significant improvements in students' preference for science and self-led learning capacities and problem-solving abilities. STEAM, it works. Based on this success, we are trying to share our know-how on STEAM education with other countries, such as Vietnam, in remote province of Quang Tri, and it's an underdeveloped region, and with a low ratio of experimental classes for students. Also UAE for training teachers for their future. So in particular, in these times, at the request of many countries around the world. Now, we are really on the verge of fourth industrial revolution that fundamentally change our way of life, requiring high-quality education for all, with skills, values, attitudes for citizens to tackle global challenges together. Korea and COFAC would like to contribute to realization of SDGs through STEAM education and beyond. Especially, this STEAM is good for girls and youth. So we have a working program, a network of talented teachers and talented experienced teachers, and the most of all, the success experience and story. So COFAC is also in charge of ESD education, software education, creativity education, and science math education in Korea, so that we have a unique capacity to combine all of them and to provide quality education for all, in preparation for the upcoming intelligent information society. So as an African verb says, it takes a village to raise a child. Indeed, it is now time to get every stakeholder of the society to get involved. And COFAC is also ready to get involved and contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It seems the Korea STEAM initiative seems to be very systematically implemented over the years, and then having A between STEM seems to be very much good fit in this theme. So I would like to talk about it more a little later on. But for now, let me introduce Ms. Ann Woo from Samsung Corporate Social Responsibility. Samsung Electronics North America. She's gonna introduce some very concrete example how corporate contribute to promoting STEAM education to the community.
Hi everyone, and thank you for having me here. I'm really humbled to be here in Gyeongju as a Korean American, and it's been really exciting to be back in Korea. And to be part of this conference. Just to give you some background on how Samsung Electronics views corporate citizenship from an organizational perspective, I'd like to share this just to give you some context about the program. So Samsung Corporate Citizenship is actually run in different regions across the world, and I run the North American team. That means that while Samsung Electronics has a global footprint, my scope and responsibility is really focused on North America. So I'd like to share with you a program that we've been running for the past 6 years called Solve for Tomorrow. So Samsung has had a history in supporting education in the United States and Canada way back since 2004. But at that time, our commitment was really about bridging the digital divide, bringing technology into the classroom. But in 2010, we really thought to revisit our approach and to really think about how we can make a greater impact among American students. So we changed our program to Solve for Tomorrow, and we presented a challenge to middle and high school students in grades 6 through 12. The challenge question we presented has been, show how STEM can be applied to improve your local community. This program runs concurrent with the school year, so it's a little different. It runs September to May, and is in complement to the course curriculum provided in schools. So we're not trying to substitute classwork and standards. We also, as part of the program and as a technology company, provide toolkits to help the video production, which is part of the contest submission, and then prizes are awarded at each stage across schools. So for context, Samsung supplies $2 million in technology to schools across every state in the country every year. So I'd like to share with you some success stories. I can, after this discussion, talk a little bit about how the contest is run, but I'd like to share 3 quick stories. The first is Nicholson Elementary School in Picayune, Mississippi. They actually worked with their local city to look at storm drains. So you can imagine that sometimes there are leaves or even sometimes basketballs that get caught in the storm drains, and they actually block, and there's a lot of flooding that happens. So the high school robotics team worked with the elementary school to develop a robot that could go into the storm drains with a camera and to see actually what is blocking that. And that's a really simple idea, but actually costs the city thousands upon thousands of dollars because they're visually able to see to determine whether or not they can just blow it out or they have to tear up the street. The second example is Horizon Middle School out of Aurora, Colorado. And you can see in that photo, they're standing with President Obama. They just recently went to the White House Science Fair, and that's something we're very proud of them doing. They actually are in a military community where they have lots of veterans, where unfortunately many of the American veterans returning from war are missing limbs. So using a 3D printer, they actually have created prosthetic limbs for members of their community. And as a result of their experience, this year's project will be building prosthetic limbs for their classmates as well. The last school is Forest View Middle School in Baxter, Minnesota. Now, they built a balloon that goes up almost, I forget how many meters, up a tremendous amount of meters, and they won the contest. What we really liked about this story was that this was an after-school program where STEM teachers and advisors were getting paid less than sports coaches in the school, so they were getting a nominal teaching stipend. But as a result of winning the contest, they realized how important STEM could be, and they've actually equalized the pay for these advisors. So those are 3 quick examples that we see as a result of the program. So Solve for Tomorrow, we really think has a great connection with students. They have a demonstrated need for learning about STEM. Actually, the US rankings in math and science are way below other countries. But it's really in this approachable, non-analog way. It's not a textbook. It challenges you to go out into the community. It capitalizes on existing passion points for civic engagement and empowerment to really change the world. I think we hear that a lot from youth today. And it gives teams an opportunity to engage with students with various degrees of interest in STEM and really take pride in representing their schools. It's not an individual contest. Actually, schools win. And we see our impact to date. So Solve for Tomorrow started in the US, but has actually moved to 13 regions globally, including South America and in Asia. But, you know, these are just numbers and they're estimates, but I'd like to share a quick video that can really tell that first-person story, which is the school is Brooklyn Technical High School out of Brooklyn, New York, and they were one of the 2016 winners.
This is my son, Sammy. He was nearly 13 years old when he was struck and killed. The day after Sammy was killed, there were teddy bears on every lamppost for 25 blocks.
I lost 3 of my friends from my middle school within the span of 15 months.
It's an epidemic. 3 children from Sammy's middle school.
Such a sad place. They were run over by cars. The crash that killed him was in front of my house.
It was right near my house.
Everyone was affected by it.
You're scared.
Complete shock.
Just really can't believe it happened. There's times it's just too much.
It changed my perspective on everything.
Different people respond to grief differently. Some people turn into themselves, and some people stand up and say, there's something I can do.
I initially heard about the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow competition when it was put in our daily announcements. I saw it as a possible platform to introducing more people to the idea of street safety. I had an idea to build this app that would detect cars and alert you.
When Allison came to me with the idea for the app, honestly, I thought it was crazy. Once I started working with the team, I thought that this could be something that we could turn into reality. And I had no idea that we would actually be able to do it in the end.
We had to test it many times.
We were kind of exploring somewhat new territory.
An app that, using the sound waves of a car, is able to detect the speed of a car so that it gives you an alert and gives you enough time to move out of the way.
It took a lot of trial and error, a lot of debugging, a lot of tuning, a lot of late nights.
This competition, Solve for Tomorrow, offers them a moment to say, I can make a difference. That's so rare. That's just not something that young people get. They don't have a voice. So to offer them that, it means everything.
I just think it is very impressive that 4 young students have taken it upon themselves to make an invention that will make a difference in many lives.
When I heard somebody ask them, so what are you going to charge for this app? And they said, nothing. We don't want anything. We want people to be safe. This moment said volumes about who they are, who they want to become, and what they want to give to the world.
Sammy was an amazing kid. He wanted to go to school here. He wanted to be one of them. So what they are doing is really making a difference.
They didn't just dwell in sadness. Instead, they came up with something new, something that could help everybody out.
Even with the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow competition being over, there is still a lot more work that is left to be done. So as the world goes on, there's going to be more and more problems, and we need people to fix them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is very moving, impressive, isn't it? I lost word actually. So here we go. While watching this movie, I was thinking about many things. This students' empathy toward their friends make them build up something using technology, and that actually has huge impact on their community. What if these students has such an empathy towards the people in very underserved and marginalized, unsecured area? What these students can do, they can actually help them out as well, or work together. So we are going to discuss this a little later on at the end of this whole presentation. But for now, I would like to ask questions for each presenter. For Mexico, it's all about inequality and gender inequality issue and women empowerment. So first, I would like to ask Minister Andreat about your thought. Usually, indigenous communities have traditionally been underrepresented in STEAM initiatives, right? Can you speak about Mexico's effort to address these challenges? What challenges has Mexico faced in integrating STEAM in the curricula throughout the Mexico's education system?
Thank you. The Mexican panorama of population is as follows. We have 120 million of population. 11 million are indigenous people from 54 to 56 different communities with different languages. And they are ubicated in close to 200,000 towns with less than 2,000 inhabitants. So we have a very long dispersion of indigenous population in Mexico, but we have a strong permanent policy to protect and to go with services to those kind of communities. So according to the new digital policy, this is an opportunity to open the natural borders that we have as the nature or the orography of the country with a new networking that must be developed by the state. And we have to encourage our indigenous institutions that we have since many decades ago, because we have today a very important agency, almost autonomous from the government, named National Commission for Indigenous People. So this commission has the correct policies to protect and to push the development of the indigenous people, and moreover, to have inclusive policies for indigenous towns. But the necessary condition is to develop at the same time the common telecom networking in order to penetrate at the last place for population.
Well, thank you so much. That is very good initiative. There's a National Commission for Indigenous People. That's very something we want to learn about. So, because Korea, I don't think Korea has such a commission. So now I would like to ask a question to Swan. Yeah. So obviously, Korea has been very successful in implementing STEAM into whole public school. Once Korea determined to do something, they make it work, right? And then in the world, the Korea students show the high rank in their academic achievement test. But this is one aspect of our education. But what I want to ask you is this. Is there any civic engagement involved? That's number one. Is it just happening the school? They just get the good score out of this STEAM subject area? Number two, how the girls perform in this STEAM initiative. Are there any differences between boys and girls in performing the STEAM subject project? And are there some different outcomes? Mm-hmm. Number three, sorry for the many questions, but hopefully you can answer very quickly. Third one, 3-4 years ago when I came to Korea, there was huge issue in terms of the engaging multicultural families, children, 다문화 가정 in Korean, as I heard, right? So I don't think Korea has indigenous people, but Korea has some serious issue with this family whose parents are from different countries. And in implementing STEAM education, it's the same question with the girls and girls, right? Is there any difficulty in engaging those kids? What are the differences, or is there any strategy to engage the civil society and also the girls and women, and also including the multicultural family? Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry.
Those are all difficult questions. Certainly, even after, say, 5 years of our experience, I mean, these are such issues, I mean, related to the society. But I would like to comment that this STEAM education is, in a way, getting stronger with the involvement of so-called ICT technologies. So Korea expanding and in making this software education mandatory. So combined with this ICT technology, and it's also making connection with the so-called Baker Educational Initiative. So we have a program for, say, learning by making, which requires involvement of, say, society, or, or citizen movement on the citizen scale. And our STEAM experience tells us that we tend to have a better results for girls when the program is applied to girls. But still we need to do more work on this. And we have certainly the best expert here, the Hae-suk Lee, the former president of VSET, and they've been working very hard to help girls in STEM and STEAM in the area and trying to overcome the gender problems. But because women and girls have more potential to be developed, in particular in Korea, if you want to say culture, say next generation of innovators, especially for those who are underprivileged, who have potential, who do not have opportunities. And then we have to help to provide them through this STEAM education that includes girls and multicultural children.
Thank you so much. Thank you for answering very briefly, very well, and for my many questions. Because I was very surprised. Anne is actually Korean American, right? Oh. Yeah, I didn't know. Welcome. And since being a Korean but living in America, I feel the same with her. So thank you so much for coming here. And then I have a question for you. And actually, I got to know about the Samsung's initiative when I was doing my project also related to education. They were using technology to promote students' empowerment, including girls. And I would like to ask you if you have certain program or some strategy engaging girls more so in this Your Soul for Tomorrow project?
Sure. So Soul for Tomorrow is really classroom-led, so we have girls who are part of the teams. So we have pretty diverse teams that have been through the program. One of the interesting things that we learned while we were doing the program is that there is such a need to really get early intervention in the area of STEM and STEAM with young girls. So in addition to Solve for Tomorrow, we launched an additional program, an offshoot program that we called Empower Tomorrow. And we decided to create a program with 4th and 5th grade girls in some of the most underserved communities in the United States. And for them, and it's often a misconception that the United States has a lot of resources and everyone is better off, but there are certain pockets in the United States where that's not the case. So we built this program to really, it's a girls-only after-school program where we provide curriculum in STEM. But if you asked 4th and 5th grade girls, do you want to learn computer coding or do you want to learn electrical engineering? The answer is usually no, or there's no reaction at all. It's a very complex thing. So we actually changed the conversation a bit, and we said, are you creative? Do you like, in our case, fashion design, and do you want to be a movie director? And they said yes. So we used computer coding and electrical engineering as the means to actually let them be very creative and to learn these skills in a way that was not so intimidating and was actually pretty exciting. So I think I'm going to skip the video just because of time, but I'd like to just really say that, as a result, we have metrics that show that, girls are more interested in STEM as a result of these more fun programs. But one of the greatest sort of goals for us and, outcomes was really boys coming up to us and asking us how they can be part of the program too, because when we started the program, it took us a little while to get the attention, but now there are waiting lists for kids to be part of our program.
Well, thank you so much. Actually, the corporation's role to the community and society is very important because actually Ambassador O might have something to share because the partnership between all the related sector, public and private sector, including company, will really make change. So I appreciate the Samsung's initiative to promote the STEM, also including the girls. Thank you so much. And now we have another distinguished presenter from Bangkok, right? But originally from London, Mr. Jonathan Wang, Regional Advisor on Science, Technology and Innovation, UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. So it's called ESCAP. So here is his thought regarding his expertise to promote STEAM in Asian Pacific area.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me along today. I think to give a bit of a macro context on things, I think it's worth stepping back to September, where the world signed the most ambitious, scary, all-encompassing agreement that the world has ever signed, which is the SDGs, which really are aiming to alleviate world poverty in the next 15 years. I mean, that is a huge, huge monumental task. And what's absolutely certain about this task is that business as usual will no longer be an option, and innovation will be absolutely critical. And of course, STEAM education is the absolute bedrock and foundation of innovation, and which is why it's such an important topic that we're discussing today. Just to give you kind of a regional context of, again, the scale of the issues that we're faced with, I just want to say that the region is home to some of the most innovative countries in the world, Korea being at the forefront, but also some of the most technologically deprived. And major disparities exist in the region. So to give an example, although 50% of the researchers are based in the Asia-Pacific region, 95% of them are based in just 5 countries. I think secondly, globally, women account for 53% of graduates. Now, this falls dramatically to 28% of women who are employed in research activities in science, technology, and innovation. And it's even more acute in Southeast Asia, where only 17% of women are involved in science, technology, and innovation research. I think the third point I would make is that although we all in this room have reaped the benefits of digital technology and the internet, the Asia-Pacific region is actually the most digitally divided region in the world, with only 6% of the population with access to high-speed internet. So these are huge, huge macro challenges that we need to address. And just to leave a few thoughts with you, if business as usual isn't an option to meet the SDGs, what needs to be done? And I'll leave you with 3 points. I think the first thing we need to be is inclusive in how we approach STEAM. Again, really focusing on deliberate action to engage women and girls and marginalized communities. That's the first thing. I think the second thing is we need to adopt the principle of openness. And traditionally, competition has been seen as a driver for innovation, so people compete, the best ideas get to the top, those who succeed move ahead. But I think we really need to move towards this spirit of openness for 2 reasons. I mean, really, we have to ensure that major disparities that exist in the region, that no countries are left behind. So I think we definitely need to collaborate. And secondly, many of the problems that the world faces today have no respect for country boundaries. Issues of climate change is an example, really kind of cross-country boundaries, and for that reason, we need to collaborate and not compete. I think thirdly, we really need to encourage mass innovation and entrepreneurship. And bringing this back to the issue of education, I think this is particularly pertinent. I think traditionally, or certainly many years ago when I was studying, education was centered around learning of historic and current knowledge tested through examination. And I think that model really needs to be complemented by a more challenge-driven model, shall I say. So I think to harness academia for SDGs, we need to focus on challenge-driven education and really focus on generating new knowledge and testing not through examination, but through impact on people's lives, and actually giving students credit for this thing, for these activities in their studies. So I think that's the type of radical shift we need. And I'll just kind of leave you with one thought to ponder. I think to harness mass entrepreneurship and innovation globally, how cool would it be if we had a global digital university for the SDGs? I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I like that idea of the inclusive and openness and the emphasis on education to achieve SDGs. Thank you so much. And here we have Dr. Monica McDavid, Deputy Director, Division of Environmental Policy Implementation, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. She's gonna talk about her work and her perspective on global citizenship and how she tried to promote STEAM throughout the whole world as a UN member.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the kind invitation to come and speak to you today. One of the first questions that was posed to the panel was, what did we think of global citizenship? Well, from my perspective, global citizenship is really a respect for diversity. It's one of the core values of the UN, something that our Secretary General, who you all know so well and who I just missed by that much this morning, certainly embodies, and that is respect for diversity. But for me, it calls us to be curious. It calls us to exercise tolerance for differences. and to seek out ways to expand our horizons and listen to minority voices and to energize change. You can't have change, you can't move forward if you do it in a silo. So two of the things that I want to talk to you about today, not only in my work, but the work of my team and that of UNEP, is gender and education. We've just recently launched the Global Gender and Environment Assessment last week at our UNEP Governing Council meeting, the United Nations Environment Assembly, and so I'll draw a few examples from there. And the other thing that my team does is work in the environmental education and training sphere. And we have a network of over 800 universities called the GUPES Network, which is the Global Universities Partnership for Education for Sustainability. One of the things that we do to enhance education is to really look at how we can mainstream and bring to the table environmental concepts at different levels of education, from early school children onward to tertiary education. And we do this to try and show the linkages between science and policy for decision making. How are decisions made? One of the examples that I can use after spending 24 years in Africa is my adopted home country now, which is Kenya, which is where the UNEP headquarters are. The Kenyan government has in fact created a policy that all school children will have laptops. You know, these little tablet sort of thingies, I guess you call them iPads or otherwise, and that all children should have these at school so that they can fast track education and learning and creativity very early in their years. And this program just started in 2016, so you're finding now a lot of children in schools waving their laptops around and playing with them and really getting engaged, and it's quite exciting to see. But at the same time, in many countries around the world, including in Kenya, you still have schools that don't have toilets. And it might be hard to imagine, and what does that have to do with our topic today? Well, when you don't have toilets, many girls simply don't come to school for 1 week out of a month simply because of biology. So therefore, gender and education have this strange interface in many developing countries around the world. One of the things that we work at very hard within UNEP, because we look at the environment from a global perspective, is the intergenerational aspect. So for us, working with young people, working with the youth is incredibly important for building that continuum of understanding around the environment and the need for education to be enriched. In terms of innovation, we look at technology not only as information technology, although we do work with our partners to create these MOOCs, these massive open online courses. And we have a number of them that draw from the content of across UNEP in its many disciplines and get the information out in partnership through these MOOCs and working with the universities. But for me, one of the most important things in terms of bringing forward the idea of STEAM enriching and delivering on the SDGs, as many of the panelists have already said, is changing attitudes and stereotypes. We have to look at how we view science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And from a personal perspective, my father and all of my brothers are engineers, but I'm an engineer as well. I just did genetic engineering. My father and my 4 brothers say, yeah, but Monica, that's not real engineering. And so these stereotypes persist even at the level of our family. And we really do need to break down those walls and those silos and open our minds. And I think we need to look at science not just from the classic hard sciences, but economic sciences, social sciences, bringing humanity back into what we understand as science and technology and engineering, to make sure that we bring the full power and goodness of science and technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics to bear on changing societies. One of the things that we've had one African proverb, maybe I'll give you another one, but it's to be inclusive. So not only inclusive thinking and changing stereotypes, but inclusive from that diversity perspective again. And there's an African proverb that maybe some of you have heard, but it says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so I hope some of the things that I've said will stimulate your questions in terms of asking the panel. You've got a real richness of experience here that you can tap into. So with that, I'll leave it and open the floor back to our moderator to bring some questions from the floor so we can add some more to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, we started with the concept of global citizens and then the importance of including humanity in it. Actually, Monica made a very good brief summary of getting rid of the idea of the stereotype about the science and then putting the humanity back to it, and it is very important. So in that sense, we would like to share some more thought among the speakers, and then we are going to open to the floor. By the way, Jonathan was talking about, actually also, Monica talked about, is inclusiveness, right? Jonathan, do you have any, some example you actually promote inclusive and open education or some project?
Sure. I suppose, back to my first point, I think with an ambitious set of goals as we have with the SDGs, you need mass innovation. Just simply innovation will not be enough. We need to go to every corner of the planet and include every person in that to get the very best ideas. And what always struck me about the process of innovation was that competition was seen as a driver. So as I mentioned earlier, people competed, the best ideas came to the top. And what I really wanted to test was this concept of openness and what would that look like to counter competition. And I'll give an example. Around, I think about 2 years ago now, we ran a competition. This was funded by the UK government to come up with innovative ideas to make women feel safer in very dangerous low-income areas. And traditionally, when a government would run a program like that, people would, and organizations would submit their ideas, the best ideas would get the funding, they would run the projects. And what we wanted to do was change that whole paradigm of competition to make it more open. So we actually engaged a platform of 50,000 problem solvers from around the world to actually look at that problem around making women feel safer in urban environments. And what was interesting was that when people submitted their ideas to the platform, everybody else could see their idea. Now, I had many organizations coming to me saying, well, this is my intellectual property, I'm not sharing this information. And I said, well, look, you don't have to play, but 50,000 other people will. And we saw some really interesting things happening. We saw people who hadn't always or ever engaged in tackling development challenges coming to the table. My mother even submitted an idea to the platform. And we truly kind of, what was really interesting, we really engaged a whole range of actors who had never looked at that problem, which for me is how you get innovation. And I think one of the really interesting examples I will give of how looking to other sectors can really transform and create innovations. I mean, iodine deficiency is a massive problem in India, and many people, again, experience stunted growth and a lack of brain development because of lack of iodine. And indeed, a big problem there is that people just don't take their iodine tablets, or at one point, somebody created a bracelet that you could put on that would slowly give you the iodine you needed to actually be healthy, and people took them off because they were uncomfortable. And this one designer, again, designers who wouldn't necessarily ever have engaged in development problems, said, well, actually, women wear bindis. There. Why don't you just create an iodine tablet that could act as a bindi, put it there, and they will use it because it's something that's part of the culture, and people will get their iodine. And again, that's an example of how engaging with a completely different sector, i.e. the design sector and the arts sector in this instance, really complemented the scientific breakthroughs that were made around treating this intervention. And that's the stuff that I'm really interested in. So I think that's how we can become really open and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there is some technology involved in providing the inclusive and open innovation, right? So now, is there anybody among the panelists who wants to talk about using the advance of technology, ICT, what it can offer to promote the STEAM globally and achieve SDGs? Anybody want to mention? Actually, maybe Monica has some idea because she already has some global network.
Thank you for that. Yes, we do have, and I did mention our GUPES network. And one of the things that we are doing is building a number of platforms for accessing information openly and freely. And this is all environmental information, and it's environmental information to help green university campuses, to help bring in green ideas of sustainable consumption and production through to the university fraternity. And I've mentioned the use of MOOCs and that, but we also need to look at other ways of being open. And part of what we are promoting very strongly in UNEP, and this is a policy link, is engaging in citizen science and bringing in more that experiential part of our world and the environment around us. We all know that government provides statistics to the UN Statistical Department, that they read out the official statistics, and policy is only made on official government statistics. But that leaves out the experience of how people live in their environment, how they interact with it. And so more and more technology is allowing and enabling citizens to feed back into their own governments. Governments, remember, represent people. So there's a two-way conversation that can go on now because of technology, mobile phone technology, so that you become an environmental sensor and you can say, this is how I'm experiencing my environment. And collectively, in addition to and complementary to official statistics, citizen science can bring that voice back into government to say, how do we make a better environment for our citizenry, and how can citizens participate more in that dialogue space with their representatives in government? So I think there's some excitement there that technology really can bring in.
Thank you so much. And then technology can bring many benefits, and then the government involvement seems to be one of the strategies we can invite. So is there anybody who wants to talk about policy matter to make this more effective and have a broader impact of this whole initiatives and STEAM effort? Yes, Minister?
Today, we are living a free environment of networking and a free environment of internet development in each country. And I feel that we should establish certain kind of systematization of the relationship between different countries at the educational field for the generation of global citizen. It's important to cooperate in order to systematize the contents and the kind of interoperational situation of the different networking from the countries. It's necessary to have certain kind of system and certain kind of programs oriented to the conformation of a global citizen. It's not enough to be free. We should orient with certain kind of basis the generation of global citizenship through the cooperation among countries, step by step, in order to have at the same time not only the sum of networking, but networking with a common sense and with a real cooperation.
Well, thank you so much. I think Minister was mentioning we need to create a cooperation, right, collaboration among all the players, and then it's not just one effort, but very systematically, rigorously has to provide the infrastructure as well. So now we have very little time left, but we have a lot of questions with each other, but we would like to give the floor opportunity to ask any question to any of these speakers. So many. So just, yes, you have to stand in the line, then we are gonna give you a chance. But I have to say sorry first. We cannot get all the questions, sorry, but we will have Twitter and UNDP, the handle, so you can post your questions there too. So here, gentlemen.
Kyumin Jang, Handong Global University. This is a general question open to all the panelists. As wonderful as technology is, we know there are adverse effects, including media addiction and interference with face-to-face communication. So when you use technology with the children of developing countries, do you have any measures in place to ensure that technology does not interfere with the development of those children? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we are gonna have 2 more questions, and then some of these panelists gonna answer any of those questions. Another question? Yeah, here, gentlemen.
Thank you. I represent the World Federation for Mental Health. Just a general clarification in light of what Monica shared. To what extent will the humanities, which are very important also in terms of educating the whole person and for our planet's health, to what extent will that be part of the conference outcome document in addition to STEAM?
That's a very important question. Just one more question. Yes, please.
Hello, I have several questions, but then due to time constraint, I would like to ask a question regarding disparities discussed by Mr. Jonathan Wang and Ms. Macbeth. In terms of enhancing the level of equality and decreasing the level of inequality and disparity, a lot of openness and inclusiveness have been emphasized, but then in terms of actually implementing such ideals in reality, what will be the practical and tangible means to attain such goals? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So for now, let's ask our panelists who would like to answer to the first question. Technology and engaging the developing country, the children. Yeah. Monica?
I suppose 24 years in Africa means that question comes to me. I think all the questions are very good and they sort of hinge on each other. But the question around adverse effects of information technology, what measures are being put in place to ensure that it does not interfere, technology does not interfere with development. It's an interesting way of putting it, technology interfering with development. I would perhaps take a slightly different view and say technology is a natural part of development in certainly our world, the 21st century. But if you're talking about health differences, health effects, mental health, or moving away from playing outside and sitting like this all the time, I have children who do that. I never did. I only got to level 2 on sort of, whatever it was called, Donkey Kong or whatever. But I don't think that we need to safeguard children from exploring, but I think as we all have experienced, and perhaps if we look at the developing world more carefully, we need to look at balance. We need to look at the ability to have freedom, but also to not inhibit that by being overly restrictive from a policy perspective, such as shutting down the internet at certain periods of time or restricting the ability to explore. And so when we look at technology, we have to, I think, take a balanced view of how we allow our children to deal with technology.
Thank you so much. And second question, I'm glad to have this question, including humanity in our action plan. Who would like to mention on that? Monica, yes.
Okay, well,
I can try and answer that question.
Let Anne do that.
For our programs, we know that it's important to have a multidimensional approach to how we try and make a difference. And access and opportunity from a bigger scale can be STEAM and all the other tangible parts of it. For our programs, what we try and do is really sort of sort of combine and integrate a lot of the lessons that we're learning in a real way. So, for example, in the video you might have seen very briefly, we have a component of the program, we call it our national finalist pitch event, where we invite the 15 national finalists across the country, and they come to, in the past year it was New York, and they have to present their topic, and they have to build a prototype, they have to come and share the context of what they're doing, why they're doing it, and actually build upon other parts. And you know, one of the big questions we ask is, why did they do this project? Like, what is that, and we talked about empathy earlier, what is that issue in the community that's resonating, and how do you tackle that? So there are soft skills as well as that broach upon different disciplines outside of STEM and STEAM that we try and emphasize as well. We know that while the central point may be STEM, we try and enhance with the other disciplines as well.
Thank you so much, Anne. We have more questions there, and then the third one is specifically for Jonathan. Can you make it 2 sentences, please?
I will try. I'll make 3 points. I think the first thing, it's not going to happen by itself, openness and inclusivity. It's going to need very deliberate action, be it setting targets around women and girls engaged in STEAM as an example. I think on openness, I mean, we're seeing several UN initiatives that have been launched quite recently, and one, the technology banked by the Secretary General quite recently, which is about how countries can share information around science, technology, innovation for the global good. I think the third thing I would say is how we become inclusive. What strikes me about having worked in the developing world is seeing the rise of social entrepreneurs. So these are entrepreneurs who aren't just out there to start a business and make money, but actually want to do good as well. And what's really refreshing is how these entrepreneurs are looking at how they can develop products and services for the very poorest. So I think that's another area where, again, for the youth of today, I would very much encourage them to move in that direction. But more needs to be done, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And actually, there are 2 young people have questions, but you should ask this question. Please don't give up, but not this time. But if you can approach us, we can accept the questions, gonna include it in the action plan. So I guess I have to wrap up this session. We talked about the promoting STEAM education to achieve SDGs together, and there was a lot of perspective going on, importantly, holistic approach to promote the STEAM education is very one of the big important aspect. And also in this process, we have to really sensitive about engaging girls and women, and also fight against inequality. And also technology seems to be something we have to focusing on to promote this impact of STEAM education in achieving SDG goals in a broader sense, right? So we are going to put all those thoughts into our action plan. If you have any other suggestion, please feel free to approach us and then share your ideas. We have about 10 minutes to share during the break time. Now our session is over. Thank you so much for your distinguished presentation, and thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
안내방송 하나 드립니다. 현재 지금 3층 로비에 간단한 스낵이 준비되어 있으니 이용하실 분들은 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some snacks provided on the 3rd floor, so please go pick them up. Thank you.
안내방송 드립니다. 현재 연사분들께 질문이 있으신 분들께서는 저희가 준비 관계로 이곳을 비워야 하니 밖으로 이동하셔서 질문을 이어서 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a workshop session next in this room, so we would greatly appreciate it if you guys go outside to speak with the speakers. Thank you.
다시 한번 안내드립니다. 현재 저희가 워크샵으로 인해서 이곳을 비워서 시팅을 리어레인지해야 되는 문제가 있습니다. 연사분들께 질문을 하시고 싶으신 분들께서는 밖에 3층 로비에서 기다려주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen and speakers, we'd greatly appreciate it if you can move your conversation outside of this room. We will have to reset up the room for the workshop. Thank you.
하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘.
찍었어요. 아, 그거 저 갖다 놨어요. 어디에? 저기다, 저기.
사회과학적 원장님 사회복지학 교수 소개해 주시죠.
그냥
그냥 하지 마시고
그렇게 할게요.
사회과학적 이제 동생 사회과학학은 원장이고 사회복지학 교수다고.
이거 무슨 나오겠죠 뭐.
잠시 안내 방송 드리겠습니다. 잠시 후부터 워크숍이 시작될 예정이오니 내빈 여러분들께서는 조그만 좌석을 앞 당겨서 앉아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하십니까. 저는 오늘 사회를 맡게 된 동국대학교 호텔관광경영학부의 박정희 교수입니다. 만나 뵙게 돼서 대단히 반갑습니다. 저는 오늘 경주에서 UN NGO 모임이 있는 것에 대해서 굉장히 개인적으로 감개무량합니다. 왜냐하면 한국이 1930년대, 1940년대에는 너무나 가난했습니다. 우리는 그 당시에 배우지 못했습니다. 삶의 여건이 너무 좋지 않았습니다. 이때 외국에서, 미국에서, 프랑스에서 젊은 NGO들이 한국을 돕기 위해서 이 땅에 왔습니다. 그들이 이 땅에 와서 학교를 세우고, 그리고 그들이 이 땅에 와서 병원을 세우고, 그리고 우리 한국인을 위해서 많은 봉사와 희생을 했습니다. 어떤 사람들은 이 한반도에서 생을 마감하신 그런 분들도 많이 있습니다. 저는 오늘날 우리 한국이 있기까지는 바로 외국에서 온 이 NGO들이 이 땅을 위해서 희생과 사랑의 모습으로 헌신이 있었기 때문에 오늘날의 대한민국이 있지 않았나 이런 생각을 합니다. 그런 의미에서 이 신라천년 고도에서 이런 NGO 포럼을 한다는 건 너무나 감격스럽고 개인적으로 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 다시 한번 유엔에서 오신 NGO 포럼 여러분들께 진심으로 한국인의 한 사람으로서 감사하다는 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 그럼 먼저 저희들이 식순에 따라서 시장님의 우리 신라천년의 책임을 맡으시고 정말 경주를 위해서 열정적으로 일하시는 최양식 시장님의 인사 말씀이 있겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to welcome all of you. 66th UN NGO Conference here in 경주. 외국인도 많이 오셨습니다만 짧은 인사이기 때문에 그냥 우리말로 좀 할까 합니다. 오늘 이 화백 회의와 이 화랑도에 관해서 이제 이렇게 전문가들이 나오셔서 발표하시고 토론하는 중요한 자리가 됐습니다. 저는 전문가가 아니기 때문에 그냥 한번 제가 생각하고 있는 화백과 화랑에 대해서 간략하게 한번 얘기를 해볼까 합니다. 우리 지금 교수님들 발표하시는 자료에 아주 자세하게 나와 있습니다만 제가 생각하는 화백, 제가 생각하는 화랑에 대해서 한번 얘기를 해보겠습니다. 역사는 논증이나 설명이나 증명이 아니고 저는 역사는 고요한 가운데 애정을 가지고 상상하는 것이라고 생각을 합니다. 이거 아마 학자들은 동의 못할 내용들입니다. 제가 드리는 말씀은 고조 삼국사기 신라본기에 보면은 조선 유민이 분거 산곡지간의 위육촌, 고조선의 유민들이 나라 망하고 난 뒤에 남쪽으로 내려와서 육촌을 구성했다는 말이 있는 겁니다. 그걸 가지고 우리는 상상하면서 깊이 생각해 볼 필요가 있어요. 고조선 북방을 경영하던 대제국이 망하고 난 뒤에 그들은 내려왔는데 어떻게 내려오느냐 하면은 경제 공동체 단위로 내려오기 시작합니다. 경제 공동체라 하는 것은 첫째는 대장장이들은 대장장이끼리 뭉쳐가지고 그 기구와 장비와 가마를 둘러매고 내려오는 겁니다. 그게 대장장이촌이 되는 겁니다. 그 다음에 말 키우는 사람들은 말을 끌고 이렇게 내려오거든요. 그건 말을 키우는 마촌이에요. 그 다음에 도자기 하는 사람들은 도자기 기술하고 이렇게 뭉쳐가지고 오기 때문에 도자기 촌이 형성되고, 옷감하고 이런 것을 갖다가 북방에 살았으니까 얼마나 추웠겠어요. 그러니까 이 면직하고 이런 기술들 가진, 옷감 만드는 기술을 가진 사람들은 그런 기술, 그 다음에 소금하고 장사하는 사람들, 이렇게 해서 육촌이 구성되는 겁니다. 그래서 화백회의 보면은 1인 2즉 8라 그랬단 말이에요. 한 사람이라도 반대하면 깨졌다. 그게 무엇을 의미하느냐? 정치학적으로 보면은 아까 말씀드린 대로 육부촌장들이 경제공동체의 수장들이었기 때문에 그들이 가지고 있는 권력은 팽팽한 세력 균형입니다. 그러니까 한 사람이라도 그 주장을 무시하면은 소금이 끊어지고, 대장장이 무기가 끊어지고, 말이 끊어지면은 우리 천마교통이 없어지고, 뭐예요, 우리 시내버스, 예? 금화 관광이 없어지는 거예요. 그러면 이건 보통 문제가 아니잖아요. 그러니까 한 사람이라도 반대하면은 그 성립이 안 되는 것입니다. 이 팽팽한 세력 균형이란 정치 역학 구조가 그렇게 됐다는 이야기고, 그 다음에 정신적으로는 이게 1인 2즉 8라 그랬으니까 민주주의 사상이 다수결의 원리, 그리스의 다수결의 원리에서 나왔다고 하는데, 그거는 수적 등가 원리에서 결정하는 것이고, 우리는 한 사람이라도 반대하면 안 됐다는 거예요. 이거 굉장히 아주 어떻게 보면은 불합리한 것 같지만 그 속에는 뭐가 남아 있느냐? 첫째는 톨러런스, 그리고 페이션스, 인내와 양보와 그다음 관용이라는 것입니다. 민주주의 정신의 가장 기본이라고 하는 관용과 기다림과 인내, 이런 것들이 있기 때문에 마지막 결론에 도달할 수가 있는 겁니다. 근데 거기에도 보면은 인간인 이상 한정된 사고와 사심이 작용할 수 있잖아요. 그래서 그걸 막기 위해서 그분들은 뭘 했냐? 아무 데서나 회의를 안 해. 사형지에서만 회의를 한다 이게요. 사형지라면 아주 그 위치가 정확하게 비정된 건 없지만은 신성한 바위 위에 올라가서 그 바위 위에서 제사를 지내고, 어느 누구도 우리는 여기에서 사심을 가지고 논의하지 않겠다, 그는 서약을 하고 회의를 하는 겁니다. 장로님, 목사님들이 회의할 때 기도 1시간 하고 회의 10분 하는 겁니다. 그건 거꾸로도 한답니다. 기도 10분 하고 회의 1시간 하는 경우도 있겠지만 그만큼 사심 없이 어떤 결론에 도달하겠다는 그런 정신이 그 속에 배어 있는 겁니다. 신라왕 56왕 중에서 27명이 선출된 왕입니다. 그걸 폄하를 하면서 어떤 사람은 이게 무슨 상대등이 의장이 돼가지고 무슨 귀족들 회의였지, 이것이 민중의 것이 아니었다고 그렇게 이야기하는 사람이 있을런지 모르지만, 그러나 과거에는 다 그랬어요. 우리 민중의 것은 이 세상에 어디에도 존재하지 않았던 것입니다. 그래서 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 이 21세기 이후에 세계를 경영하는 그 사상 속에는 저는 화백과 같은 이런 귀한 사람을 수에 의해서 판단하지 않고 상대방에 대한 배려, consideration on others' opinion, 그런 게 있었다는 거죠. 저는 이게 굉장히 중요한 정신적 가치라고 생각되기 때문에 앞으로 이 화백 정신이라는 것은 청년 화백, 어린이 화백, 소년 화백, 이런 것을 앞으로 우리 화랑마을에서 가르쳐야 된다고 생각을 합니다. 이것이 앞으로 우리 미래 글로벌 소사이어티를 이끌어가는 소중한 정신이 될 것이다, 이렇게 봅니다. 두 번째는 화랑인데, 화랑 또한 화백회의와 다르지 않습니다. 학자들은 동의를 안 하시겠지만은 보찜을 사들고 내려올 때 그들의 가슴 속에 품어 있는 게 있었어요. 어쩌다가 북방을 경영하던 대조선이 망해서 우리가 이렇게 남쪽으로 이렇게 내려오게 되었는가? 만국의 한을 품었어요. 그때 만국의 한 속에 남아있던 것, 다시는 나라를 다른 데 뺏기지 않으리라 했던 것이 그게 바로 화랑정신이었습니다. 난낭비서에 나타나고 있는 그 내용들이나 곳곳에서 필사본으로 전해지고 있는 화랑시에게 나와 있는 그런 것들이 모두 읽어보면은 그 속에는 우리 현대인이 앓고 있는 이런 모든 문제들을 해결할 수 있는 방법이 나와 있어요. 화랑들이 수련하고 전인 교육을 하고 했던 그 내용들이 다 남아 있어요. 그냥 전쟁터에 나가서 자기 목숨이나 던지는, 목숨이나는 아니지만 목숨 던지는 그것이 화랑도가 아니다는 것입니다. 화랑도 속에는 진정하게 인간의 어떤 전인적 교육을 지향하는 것이 남아있고, 희생이 남아있고, 도전정신, 엔터프레너십 같은 거, 도전정신, 그 다음에 요즘 말하는 그 벤처기업, 이런 것들이 모두 저는 화랑정신에서 비롯되었다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 저는 앞으로 우리 학자들이 연구한 그런 기초 위에서 이루어져야 되겠지만, 진정 우리가 자랑스럽게 생각하는 것은 화랑정신의 이 고귀한 정신과 화백정신의 이 우리 인류를, 정말 미래 인류를 갖다가 제대로 인도할 이 화백정신. 그 다음에 이제 마지막에 제가 하나 더 들고 있는 게 있죠. 선덕정신이라고 했는데, 이거는 표현을 그냥 우리 선덕여왕의 이 묘호에서 따와왔지만, 신라왕국이 어떻게 해서 992년을 이 세상에 존재했을까? 중국 어떤 왕조도 300년을 넘긴 데가 없어요. 동주하고 몇 개 나라를 제외하고는 300년 넘은 데가 없습니다. 대제국을 통일한 진시황도 15년 만에 망해버렸습니다. 청, 당, 명도 모두 300년을 넘기지 못했습니다. 그런데 여기는 992년에 왔어. 거기에 어떤 역사적 비밀이 있을까 생각해 보는 겁니다. 삼국사기를 읽어보면요, 첫 구절부터 마지막 장까지 흐르는 게 있어요. 앞 구절에부터 그게 나옵니다. 왕께서 순행을 나가시는데 노파 하나가 배가 고파서 얼어 죽게 생겼단 말이에요. 그럼 왕이 하늘을 보고 울면서 그렇게 말합니다. 하늘이여, 하늘께서 나에게 주신 이 백성을 내가 못나서 이렇게 굶어 얼어 죽게 만들었으니 이 죄가 하늘에 사무친다. 그러면서 자기 옷을 벗어서 덮어주고 음식을 내렸다. 그 다음에 수많은 유이민들이 이 신라로 이렇게 찾아왔다는 그런 이야기가 있어요. 그게 각 선덕여왕 조에도 있고 각 조마다 쭉 그게 흐르고 있습니다. 소정방이 당나라 태종한테, 당나라 황제한테 보고할 때 가니까 당나라 황제가 화를 냈어요. 왜 신라까지 못 먹고 백제 포로 2,000명만 데리고 왔느냐 하고, 그러니까 이렇게 이야기했어요. 신라는 비록 나라는 작지만 인군이 어질고 임금이 어질고 백성들은 임금 알기를 부형같이 섬기니 함부로 도모할 수가 없어서 그랬습니다. 그런 이야기가 나와요. 그건 무엇이냐? 얼마나 신라에 흐르고 있는 그 정신 속에는 백성을 사랑하는 그런 마음들이 곳곳에 흐르고 있었나. 이것이 저는 992년 존속한 역사의 비밀이었다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 오늘 이 자리에 오신 세계 NGO 지도자 여러분들 함께 하시면서, 오늘 전문가 교수님들 오셨으니까 이분들의 말씀을 잘 듣고 우리 NGO들이 앞으로는 지구 경영으로 가야 됩니다. 국가 경영, 민족주의, 계급주의 이런 분열적인 사상이 아니라 이제는 지구촌이 함께 갈 수 있는 지구 경영의 철학이 나와야 된다고 생각합니다. 그 철학이 저는 바로 이런 화백과 화랑과 그리고 선덕과 같은 이런 베풀고 더불어 사는 이런 정신이 아닌가 이렇게 생각합니다. 이걸 제가 어떻게 영어로 하겠습니까? 그래서 이렇게 하는 겁니다. 자, 이상 마치겠습니다.
네, 시장님께서 경주가 자랑할 만한 또 글로벌 경영에 반드시 필요한 중요한 가치와 덕목인 화랑의 정신을 아주 이야기해 주셔서 대단히 감사합니다. 다음은 이번에 첫 발표를 해주실 네, 박남수 국사편찬위원회 편사연구관이십니다. 제목은 세계 시민으로서의 화백회입니다. 부탁드리겠습니다.
시장님께서 전부 말씀하셔가지고 제가 드릴 말씀이 별로 없어진 것 같습니다. 사실은 요즘 우리 한국 사회에 회자되는 것 가운데 하나가 말하자면은 합의의 정치입니다. 정파를 없애고 당파를 없애고 이러한 합의 정치가 지금 우리 대한민국에 굉장히 중요한 화두로 지금 등장하고 있습니다. 사실 오늘 20대 국회가 개원하는 날이죠. 이제 이 국회의원들이 합의의 정치를 이끌어 나가기를 기대합니다. 그런데 이러한 합의의 정치가 요구되는 상황에서 우리가 2000년 전에 이미 이곳 경주를 중심으로 한 신라 사회에서 이미 그러한 정신을 볼 수가 있다는 겁니다. 오늘 NGO 이번 66차 컨퍼런스에서도 이러한 글로벌 시티즌십, 말하자면 세계 시민이라는 그러한 것을 어디에서 찾을 것인가, 그러한 하나의 모델로서 시장님께서 말씀하신 화백이나 화랑 이런 것들에서 찾을 수 있지 않을까, 이런 생각을 해보는 것입니다. 제가 지금 첫 표지에 불국사 석굴암 부처님을 이렇게 해놓은 것은 바로 석굴암 부처님이 원융, 화합의 그러한 상징으로서 이야기할 수 있기 때문에 표지에 이렇게 모셨습니다. 자, 세계 시민 교육이라는 것은 다른 게 아닙니다. 이것은 이제 이번 대회에서 이야기한 것을 옮겨놓은 것입니다. 세계 시민 교육이라는 것은 글로벌 세계에 있어서 기아와 빈곤으로부터의 해방, 그리고 정치 사회적 불평등으로부터의 벗어나 세계의 평화를 지향하는 그러한 인간을 세계 시민이라고 이야기합니다. 이러한 정신을 가르치는 게 시민 교육이고, 오늘날 우리 세계가 추구하는 이상 사회는 바로 이러한 정치 사회적 불평등이 없고 가난으로부터 해방된 사회, 이러한 사회를 우리 현대 사회는 이상 사회라고 이야기를 합니다. 그런데 오늘날 우리가 독특한 회의체로서 신라 화백회를 들 수가 있습니다. 이 신라 화백회는 9세기 무렵 당나라 사람들이, 당나라 사신들이 우리 신라 땅에 와가지고 본 사실을 기록한 겁니다. 왜 기록했을까? 기록에 남긴 것은 당나라 사람들이 굉장히 특이한 회의체라고 보았기 때문입니다. 사실 당나라에서도 만장일치제의 그러한 회의가 없었던 건 아닙니다. 정사당 회의라고 해서 고급 관료들이 하는 그러한 회의가 있었습니다. 그러나 신라적인 특징, 어떠한 특징 때문에 당나라 사람들은 이것을 기록했을 것인가? 이제 이것이 사실은 오늘 이야기하고자 하는 것입니다. 여기에는 몇 가지 특징을 들 수가 있습니다. 화백에는 사실 만장일치적인, 시장님께서 누차 말씀하셨듯이 만장일치적인 합의체의 회의체입니다. 그런데 이 신라의 화백에는 진골귀족이라는 여러 진골 귀족의 가문이 있는데 이 가문의 대표자들로 구성이 되어 있습니다. 물론 초기에는 시장님 말씀하셨던 대로 6천 촌장들이 모여서 하는 회의체였습니다. 그런데 이게 이제 국가 조직이 정비되어 가면서 고대 국가로 발전해 되어 가면서 하나의 진골 귀족 각 가문의 대표자들 회의로 바뀌게 됩니다. 여기에 대해서 고구려나 백제도 이러한 회의체가 있었습니다. 그러나 고구려의 경우 대대로라는 제상을 만드는 회의는 선출하는 회의죠. 3년에 한 번씩 선출을 하게 되는데 여기에서 합의가 이루어지지 않으면 무력을 사용했습니다. 그래서 그 무력이 센 자가 말하자면 재상이 직위에 오르게 되는 것이죠. 여기에는 국왕도 관여할 수 없었습니다. 백제의 경우는 하나의 투표제가 있었습니다. 재상을 투표하는 정상회의라는 투표제가 있었는데 여기서도 말하자면 다수결의 원칙이었습니다. 이러한 점에서 신라는 굉장히 특이한 만장일치제라는 특별한 그러한 회의체를 가졌다고 할 수 있겠습니다. 두 번째는 화백의원은 굉장히 유구한 그러한 전통을 가진 회의라는 것입니다. 먼저 신라를 세운 박역거세를 추대한 육촌장의 회의가 화백회의 기원으로 일컬어집니다. 뿐만 아니라 여러분들이 잘 알고 계시는 지금 이 포항 중송리 신라비 여기에서도 육부의 회의 광경을 엿볼 수가 있습니다. 여기에 대해서 뭐 자세히 설명할 겨를은 없고요. 이 중송리뿐만이 아니라 냉수리 신라비 그리고 울진 봉평비 여기에서는 모두 육부가 합의하는 그러한 내용들이 기록되어 있습니다. 이러한 내용들이 왜 기록되었는가? 이것이 또 하나의 중요한 관건이 되겠습니다. 여기에서는 육부가 합의한 내용을 바로 이러한 금성문에 글자로서 새겨서 성문법화 했다는 사실입니다. 이 성문법화 하기 전에는 육부의 대표들이 모여서 국왕에게 사례면 국왕은 그것을 갖다가 승인을 하고 이것을 법조화해서 하나의 성문법으로 비석에 새겼던 것입니다. 이것이 바로 신라 화백회의 또 다른 특징이 되겠습니다. 세 번째로는 각 비문에도 나오고 있습니다만은 육부가 합의를 하고 나서는 말하자면은 천지신명에게 말하자면은 희생례를 치렀다는 것입니다. 말하자면은 천지신명께 서약을 했다는 것입니다. 이 지금 합의한 내용은 절대 어그러질 수 없다. 이러한 내용을 서약을 했다는 것입니다. 또한 이 상공유사 오지암회의 기사에 보시면은 경주에는 4개의 영지가 있어서 사영지가 있어서 말하자면은 총송산 그리고 오지암, 피전, 금강산 여기에서 국가의 대소사를 운운을 하면은 모두 이루어진다. 이러한 내용이 있습니다. 이것은 무엇을 의미할까요? 말하자면은 합의의 과정에 대해서 신성성을 말하자면은 주었다는 것입니다. 이것은 말하자면 육부가 합의한 내용은 누구도 어그러뜨릴 수 없다는 것이죠. 여기에 대해서 국왕은 이러한 신성성에 대해서 이것을 인정하는 이걸 거부하는 게 아니라 인정을 하는 이 육부의 합의를 존중하는 이러한 태도를 채웠고 이것은 하나의 법문화되었고 그것이 신라의 경우 굉장히 멸망 때까지 지속이 되었다는 겁니다. 그 원칙을 준수했다는 것입니다. 이게 화백의 기본 원리였다는 것이죠. 굉장히 중요한 일입니다. 단순히 그냥 말하자면은 신하들이 올린 내용을 갖다가 이것은 거부하는 이러한 것이 아니었다는 것이죠. 이러한 합의를 존중하는 그러한 정신, 그게 바로 화백이었습니다. 사실 아까도 시장님 잠깐 언급을 하셨습니다만은 화백에는 귀족의 대표자들의 회의입니다. 어떻게 보면은 진골 귀족의 이익만을 대변하는 그러한 회의체인 것처럼 보입니다. 근데 신라가 1000년의 역사를 가질